everything you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
People love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God,
I don't
I
make
hate
the fucking
women
rules.
so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm something I broadcast from you live from kind of sunny desert landscape, Las Vegas, Nevada, live from the Strip. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MPs, we're live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I sure as shit am not, but I am here nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MPs, we're here, we're live, we're alive, and I am going to do my very best. What? Is the music too loud? Oh shit. I'm live, I'm alive. There's gonna be some issues with the way that this works for the time being, obviously. Because let's be real, this is not the best circumstances, okay? Just be excited that I even am able to stream anything, let alone be here, be live, be alive, do any of that stuff. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and quite frankly, there's been a lot on my personal news category, so there's a lot to talk about on that. And are you using your TV as a monitor or something? Yes, I am. I actually carried out my monitor here, all the way out here, my second monitor, that my brother got me, specifically for being able to stream out here. Please IRL your meet and greet. My friend, it's too late. My meet and greet was yesterday, which I will be talking about as well. So I don't even know when I ended the broadcast last time. I think it was like Wednesday. It has been a tumultuous journey. I've been very frustrated trying to, make everything work. But hopefully it's crispy clear right now. Shouts out to March. Did you say hi to T1? Yes, I did. Are you in a new hotel room just to stream? No, I'm in the same hotel room. We're going to get to all of that. All right. So, folks, let's get started. So, the journey begins on Wednesday night. I end the broadcast. I can't even sleep. I wake up on Thursday morning. I do the Piers Morgan interview early as hell. Okay? I do this interview super early. It's at 7 a.m. in the morning outside my house in a fucking studio, in a mobile studio in a truck. Interviews conducted. I immediately boogie over to Las Vegas, Nevada, where I made a lapse in judgment and made a tremendous number of mistakes, I would say, where I had made prior commitments to NMP Law and Milena, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to do it anyway because I told them I would. I'm not going to bail on them last second because that would be fucked up. They're my friends. So I went to their track racing stream, which was a lot of fun for, I hope, the watchers. For me, I wouldn't say it was super fun except for the one moment where I was actually blasting through and driving super fast. In that moment, everything else in the world kind of just went away. And I would say that was when I felt truly alive. I'll say that. My hair is so bad right now, but I don't even give a shit. Hasan was driving like a grandma. Everyone's driving super fast. Okay, I only was like 2 seconds off from the winner. So that's not exactly driving like a grandma, okay? I was driving a fucking supercar, and I was driving the goddamn doors off of it, and I think my main problem was I didn't hit the highest speeds. Think about it. I was only 2 seconds off, and I was the slowest on the straights. So clearly, my big mistake was that I wasn't hitting. I was gunning it down my straights, but it's fine. So I digress. I did that, and then after that stream, I couldn't get my mind off of obviously everything that's going on. I've been like talking to a bunch of forensic analysts. I've been talking to OSINT guys. I've been talking to journalists. I have been nonstop, trying to keep up to date with what's happening with the hopes that I'd be able to stream. So I tried to do that. I tried to stream, and boy, was I unable to do that. As you guys already know, I tried streaming from this fucking hellhole, this hellish nightmare that I'm in, and it was not very successful. The first night, I got kicked off of coverage. I was getting rate limited over and over again, and it was very, very frustrating. So that was not great. And then the next morning, I had to do a BBC interview, and we were running around. My Twitch account manager, Sammy, was busting ass trying to get a Wi-Fi buddy for me so we could make this shit work pretty much. And as you guys probably, some of you saw, we're not able to make it work all that well. It was like the shittiest quality, shittiest audio, shittiest video quality, but what are you gonna do? I went on the BBC World with their main anchor. I did that as well. And I also, after that, did a massive meet and greet, which was awesome. I loved seeing you guys there. Some of you that were able to make it. It was an interesting weekend overall because I felt conflicted the entire time. I was just like, I'm here and I'm supposed to be having fun, but I was basically just marrying these two worlds where I'm constantly. No, I didn't vlog anything. I did not vlog anything. There was not a single moment that I was thinking about content. So I feel like there's so much carnage happening that I'm fundraising for and doing all this stuff for and paying attention to and trying to keep people informed on. There's a lot of activism happening as well in America, in the Western world. And I felt like I was, I just felt very selfish, very ridiculous that I couldn't fucking go live and do my goddamn job. You know what I mean? Hold on 1 second. Oh shit. But anyway, your new piece in Fox News, by the way. Yeah, that's great. We'll look at it in a little bit. I will try and maybe look through the Piers Morgan interview and then look through the BBC interview. There's a lot happening there. And then, of course, I want to, give updates on everything that's going on the ground. Is there a way to fix the noise gate? We can still hear the fan noises. Yeah, no, there is no way to fix the noise gate because I'm using a fucking shotgun mic. I'm sorry that it's not like a fucking 4K quality stream. Holy moly. I mean, Jesus Lord mercy. Come on, guys. I'm trying, dude, you don't understand. Like, I know this is my job and I take it very seriously, but there is a shit ton of stuff that we've been doing behind the scenes to try to make this fucking thing work. And I've made a lot of stupid fucking mistakes as well. I brought my monitor, for example, and you know what I also brought? My HDMI cord, so that I could connect my monitor to the laptop, which is fine, great, my second monitor, which I also use as a audio device as well. And then on top of that, yeah, I brought my monitor, I brought the power cord, but guess what I didn't bring? It's a 2-part power cord. So I didn't bring the thing that connects it to the fucking wall. So I can't even use that, so I have to use this goddamn TV, which I hate. Anyway, like using a TV as my second monitor, which I don't really like doing. But, there's all these like different issues to varying degrees that I had to work around. But luckily, March, while I was... last night I basically was like, Marsh, we have TVs in our room. We probably have internet on there. Like, there's got to be a way. Usually the Ethernet doesn't work. But Marsh was like, yeah, I just found out that there is an Ethernet cord behind the fucking TV. So turns out we were capable of actually streaming a Ethernet cord with an Ethernet cord and take it directly from the wall with stable speeds. So congratulations to March for helping set this up. I probably won't be able to be live for an extended period of time because I do plan on doing a podcast hopefully tonight. So we'll see how this works. You're lucky I work on those TV systems and they're really set for internet access. Yeah, I know. We've tried it before. So, also last but not least, today I did Name Your Price. I had a bunch of meetings this morning. And today I did Name Your Price alongside Germa, alongside Pokimane, and alongside George Not Found, and won, actually. We finally did it. We won one of these fucking Name Your Price games for the first time ever, which was cool. Yeah, so there's that. But the meet and greet was great. I can be your personal assistant and help you get set up better. Yeah, I don't, this is not like a personal assistant situation. Let's be real. This is like more than that. Okay, so that's what I got. That's what's going on. That's what's going on in my world, in my universe right now. I think that's good enough. I think we should just blast off real quick and get fucking started. Let's get it twisted. I'm gonna try to pack as much as I can talking about the Piers Morgan and BBC interviews, updates from Gaza as IDF prepares for ground invasion, and more. Get in now. I'm gonna also try to, fundraiser is still going. I'm gonna try to link the fundraiser on here with like graphics and stuff real quick. I haven't done it yet, so we can have it, so you guys can keep up to the Palestinian fundraiser continues. Okay. Okay, there it is. Oh, where the fuck is my chat? Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, I don't want to hear parasocial shit from fans about how I need. Oh, I was on Brittany Broski's show as well. That was a really fun show. I loved being on that show. I had so much fun doing that as well. Yeah, that's it for now at least. Hold on. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I mean, it was a banger episode. It was like a lot of fun. We shot that a while back, so it was very lighthearted and a lot of fun. I don't know, the only thing for me right now, I'm just like, I feel like my brain is partitioned out or partitioned into two separate processors, where like on the one hand, as someone who performs, I feel the duty, like an obligation to perform, right? When I'm out, when I'm, you know, at TwitchCon on the floor meeting fans, or when I'm, you know, on stage. When I do all of this stuff, I feel like I need to be happy. I need to put on a happy face, but also simultaneously in my brain, I'm just like, the fuck am I doing right now? This is like ridiculous, and you know, I wanted to be alive as quickly as possible. Did a rough estimate for your combo with Piers Morgan. He spoke approximately 60% of the time. He spoke 40% of the time. I was also amazed at how much he let you speak. In the second half, he did. We'll talk about all that. Anyway, we blasted off. What else do I need to do right now? Oh, I need to set up the charity. Hold on. Let's see where the links. Oh fuck, I can't find it in the mod chat. Yo, mods, can you post the link in the mod chat so it's like easy to access if anyone's in here right now? I need both the two different. Actually, I probably need to go on the Tiltify website myself. All right, let's do it. All right. Okay, dismiss. Okay, we're at 1,057,000. That's great. Campaign goal has been updated to. Wait, where the fuck is the dashboard? Hold on. Oh, overlay URL. There it is. Hold on. What is it? 1080 by... What is the overlay supposed to be, chat? Is like, what's the basic one? Was it a 1080 by what? 1920 by 1080. Thank you. There it is. Okay. All right, there it is. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Yeah. Thank you for the chatters who helped with that one. Yeah, I am a professional streamer. Why do you ask? Are you streaming from the PlayStation 4? No, I'm streaming from I am streaming from a laptop. Yeah, socialist Twitch star Hasan Piker raises $1 million for Palestinian aid. We got a Fox News article, which is crazy. And of course, this is happening as the ground troops are looming in Israel for the ground offensive. So There's that as well. Leftist commentator Hasan Piker has raised more than $1 million for Palestinian medical relief in a matter of days throughout a Twitch campaign. I'm incredibly proud of you guys. Piker told his fans as donations poured in. It's incredible. It's unimaginable. It's ridiculous. This is where this community thrives. More than 1,400 Israeli civilians and soldiers have died since Hamas launched a surprise attack on October 7th. Retaliatory strikes from Israel have killed more than 4,000 Palestinians and injured thousands more. Piker launched a fundraiser about a week ago. Fans raised $180,000 in the first 40 minutes and surpassed the $1 million mark as of Wednesday afternoon. Piker kicked in at least 50,000 according to the Tiltify page. The funds will be split between ANERA, Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, Palestine Red Crescent Society, and Medical Aid for Palestinians, according to Piker. Piker did not respond to an interview request from Fox News about the fundraiser. A self-described socialist, Hasan Piker is one of the most watched streamers on Twitch. The live streaming service I didn't even know that they reached out to me. He previously contributed to the left-leaning news and commentary outlet The Young Turks, which his uncle co-founded. He's been a vocal critic of the colonial apartheid and accuses Israel of imposing on Palestinians. In a recent stream, he unleashed a profanity-laden tirade against justifying Hamas's invasion. Wait, what? Justifying Hamas's invasion. If they fucking subjugated you to an open-air prison your whole fucking life, you're going to break out eventually when you realize that there's no other way to get out of it. Do you think that this happened out of nowhere? Do you think this happened out of thin air? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting and these guys came in fucking gliders out of nowhere? That's not a nice way to explain what I was talking about. I never justified it. Analysis is not justification, but of course this is Fox News, so I love that they clip chimp my ass. Took a dig at President Biden. In response, Piker posted on X, damn, we raised $1 million for Palestine. Step your game up, Brandon. Humanitarian funds for Palestinians have been a hot button issue for years, with critics arguing aid will fall into the hands of Hamas. State Department officials previously warned that sending aid to the Gaza Strip could risk benefiting terrorist groups, while also arguing that such a trade-off is necessary for national security. We assess there's a high risk Hamas could potentially derive indirect unintentional benefit from U.S. assistance to Gaza, said the State Department in March 2021. Draft sanctions exemption request obtained by Washington Free Beacon. It is unclear if the warning made it to the final request. On one of his hour-long live streams, Piker acknowledged a great difficulty in getting money into Gaza for obvious reasons and said that the 4 charities selected are heavily scrutinized. Yeah. I mean, that part is true. These are charities that have gotten the blessing of Israel, and have been absolutely vetted. And a good portion of this aid will reach Hamas for paying for their medical supplies. Yeah, nice. I beg you, please do not read the comments. That's great. I'm glad that everyone is everyone's like, wow, Hasan is raising funds for Hamas and justifying their invasion. That's like a wild accusation to make. But what are you going to do? What do you fucking expect from the charlatans over at Fox News, man? What a fucking stupid ass thing to say. Jesus Christ. Any way necessary that they can bully you and ridicule you, they take it, you know? It's great. Yeah, sending funds to the Hamas charity. So, even Asmin watched your peers interview. His chat was depressing. Yeah, I mean, it happens. I think it's like a big deal for a random ass, dumbass Twitch streamer such as myself to go on the fucking Piers Morgan show. So that's probably what it is. I don't know what Asmin's takes were, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I've been eating like shit out here. What is this? Instagram doesn't like your fundraiser? Yeah, Instagram has been fucking wilding out. They've been going crazy. They've definitely been going crazy. They've been doing an insane amount of things that are completely unacceptable. So that's not shocking to me. I think they clarified literally every single person as anyone that has Palestinian in their bio, they tagged as terrorists and then said it was a bug, said it was a oopsie. And it's no, it's not a fucking oopsie. Okay? It's 100% not a oopsie. Eye on Palestine previously got their page shuttered in 2021 after Israel's infamous campaign against unarmed protesters. Meta/Facebook seems to be going even farther now. I haven't ever heard of them doing this with screenshots on Messenger before. The Eye on Palestine Instagram is down, and when I tried to share a screenshot of it, Facebook Messenger, they froze my account. Law is awesome that the world's running by these maniacs. They seem to be blocking links to Hasan's Gaza fundraiser. That's insane. The link goes against the community guidelines. What is it? Support or praise of terrorism, organized crime, or hate groups. Nice. A lot of people can't separate Hamas from Palestinians. It seems to be on purpose or by mistake. It's on purpose. It's on purpose. So, yeah, it's not a mistake. Anyway. I just got a text message. Chris Christie from ABC7 apparently wants to say hi. Says, when I commentate over his car chases, his DMs blow up. He does all the car chase reporting, apparently. That's so funny. Can you talk about Floki not being from Norway once you met him? I mean, I already know he wasn't from Norway. I always knew that he wasn't from Norway. I just like saying Floki because his name is so Norwegian. But yeah, I don't even know where to begin. There's so much going on. One of your interviews clips is doing the rounds on TikTok.
HasanAbi. His analysis.
What is this? Let's fucking do this and then swap it back.
Hasan Piker streams live under the name HasanAbi. His analysis of the Israel-Hamas war has taken a highly critical stance towards Israel and Western media, and he's been calling me out for my coverage.
Because he only cares about Israeli citizens. He does not care about Palestinians as human beings. That's why it's apples to oranges. It's like one side is a human, the other side is a barbaric monster child.
I never said that, obviously. He says that he'd like nothing more than to come onto Uncensored and call me a baboon in a suit to my face. I am a baboon, and he can join me now. I'm joined by Hasan. Hasan, thank you very much indeed for coming on.
I'm trying so hard not to laugh there. I'm glad that they caught that. Bro, I've never, because like I know the situation is like serious and I'm trying to be serious, but he's like, I mean, I was like, why did you bring that up? Like, why would you post your own fucking L, dog? It made me, it was just so silly for him to put that out there. Unironically, I just like, I don't know. I didn't know what to do there. I was just like, Jesus Christ, fucking guy. Like, openly saying I called him a fucking baboon in a suit. Like, so silly. All right. Maybe you thought your accent was too convincing. I think so. Let me... Oh, God. I've been eating like shit and I have zits now. What the fuck? I never have zits. I'm gonna be eating like shit in a little bit as well. When my room service gets here, because I'm bougie as fuck. I haven't eaten yet today. It's 5 p.m. Meanwhile, you'll be eating the top of the hour ad break if you don't subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. Yeah, the HasanAbi Productions clip did fucking numbers. I saw. But I mean, should we just watch it? Should we just watch the whole thing? I mean, this one was probably the one of the best parts of the entire convo. HasanAbi Clips clipped it and posted it. I posted it on my Instagram as well. Yeah, on another long sea of people thinking that my fucking accounts are me, by the way. HasanAbi Productions gets the goddamn credit. Fucking nuts, but what are you gonna do?
Violence required for its maintenance.
Okay, listen.
And that violence is frustrating people.
I hear
that
you.
Violence is radicalizing people.
But here's
Hold
my.
on.
I hear
as
you.
far as Israel, as far as what Benjamin Netanyahu has done, as far as the war government, what they have done, Piers, going into Gaza and bombing Gaza and killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children out of all of those casualties. 22 hospitals being bombed, a bakery, the only remaining intact bakery being bombed yesterday. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same talking points that I've heard from American politicians championing the exact same talking points. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, and you use that, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point. If you are not sitting here and condemning those acts of war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
Yeah, I cooked his ass a little bit there at the end of it. I mean, he was very frustrated by like the whole propaganda stuff. I don't know why he fucking cared about it so goddamn much, but that was like his main point of contention, it seems. It seemed like that was the only thing he gave a shit about. But overall, you know, here, let me just pull it up. I don't know how to fucking. The me calling myself a propagandist is like, I don't really care personally about the like being called a propagandist. I don't care about it because I think it's like, you know, everyone is doing propaganda. That's like I'm more of a. I understand the definition, the dictionary definition of propaganda, but people always make additional negative assertions where it's like it's a bad thing. Propaganda is a bad thing. It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. It's like, no, it's just like someone who is loudly and proudly advocating for a cause. Okay? It doesn't mean that you spread misinformation or lie. You can do that, and that would be bad and wrong. It's very... So why'd you use it as a propagandist as an insult to him? Because when he does it, he's doing it for a direction that he hides behind the banner of independent journalism. I don't have a problem with being called a propagandist or saying that I am a propagandist or the concept of propaganda in general. The issue is when you are doing propaganda and you are not, making honest assessments, making dishonest assessments oftentimes, or the objective truth that you claim that you care about, okay, and then you act like one side. You only offer coverage and condolences to one side's one side's dead, the casualties on one side, and you justify it for the other side, which is of course the Palestinian side. Like, yeah, you're a bad propagandist, and you are hiding your own personal bias in the matter. I'm also not a journalist. Like, this is not to hide behind it. The whole like I'm a dumb himbo shit. Like, I get that. I know that I have a responsibility in my mind that I want to ensure that you are all perfectly informed and you are not led astray, that you are not misinformed. Okay? And I'm going to give you every aspect of a story and then tell you what my perspective is, which is what I do. I give you IDF sources. I tell you if I don't believe it. I tell you if there's a likelihood that those sources are valid. I give you on-the-ground reporting from OSINT Andes, some of which are fucking literally CIA cutouts anyway, and forensic analysts, and I talk to them behind the scenes as well. It's not a one-sided affair in the way that people try to present it. I am biased in the direction of the emancipation for Palestinian people, as I've said, but that does not mean that I'm going to misinform you willingly, deliberately, and obfuscate the truth. Just like immediately after the rubble was cleared, or when there was a little bit of daylight shed on the impact crater from the Al-Ahli hospital, with the new information, not with what Israel had said, not with what Israel claimed, but with the newfound information, I told you that my assessment is a little bit different. Of course, I still believe that until there is a third-party investigation, that yes, I still believe that the relentless bombing campaign is still happening by Israeli hands. Okay? And I also don't believe that, like, in a situation where Israel has killed more than 1,000 children, where they turn around and go, yeah, but like 30 of them, or 30 of those children, or 500 of those casualties in total from the 3,480 thus far were actually Hamas militants, like, blowing themselves up. I'm like, okay, that's still fucked up. Like, that's still fucked up. But what's the argument? That, like, when you kill Palestinians, it's okay, but when there's a misfire, then all of a sudden that's the worst kind of killing of Palestinians. Like, they're still dying. They're still dying, just like Israelis died. You know what I mean? This is, like, unacceptable. It's ridiculous. The more interesting aspect of this was, like, what I covered already. For example, and I'll use this example really quickly. If you remember, Israel has the Hannibal Protocol, right? Where if they have a hostage situation, they go guns blazing. Like, and sometimes they might actually end up killing the hostage. They claim that it's not official policy anymore. Okay? But one of the members that survived the massacre at the kibbutz went on Israeli public radio, I think state radio as a matter of fact, and said that most of the people died in the crossfire when the IDF came in and went in guns blazing. Now, does this mean that, like, you have to have scrutiny for the death toll? Does this mean that it's, like, IDF's fault? No. In that circumstance, absolutely not. They went in there, guns blazing, because Hamas was there, because they had hostages. Like, it's ridiculous to and I said it back then. I said, look, ultimately it doesn't matter because these people still died. They still died, and it was horrifying. And it's not like the IDF would be there if Palestinian forces were not in that kibbutz. So it doesn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. So while I still do maintain the position that until I get third-party clarification or some additional smoking gun, evidence that we have yet to see, right? That is pretty conclusive. I am still going to assume that the bombing campaign is being conducted by the guys who have been doing the bombing campaign. You know what I mean? I don't know why you would assume, or that I would assume, I would make the assertion that, like, the guys that already blew up that hospital, that, like, blew up the cancer ward with the artillery shell 2 days prior, are not responsible for the upcoming bombing, potentially. Anyway. So, in this kind of situation, I still have to rely on the ground reporting. It's not like I'm making my own shit up. And I think that the media assessment overall, like the media assessment originally, assuming that it was Israel, was perfectly valid. And I feel crazy that they like had to go back and be like, I'm so sorry for saying that. And they've been getting yelled at non-fucking stop. While it's not like Israel has stopped its bombing campaigns. They've kept it up. And for people who try to point to, yeah, they fucking blew up the courtyard of a church. Like, there's a massive church complex, and they blew up the courtyard, like, literally last night or 2 nights ago. I don't even know. My fucking days and nights are so, they're all mashed into one another, so I might get something wrong here. But ultimately, it blows my mind that I want the truth. Number one, I want the truth. I want the truth of what happened at the Al Ahli hospital. Okay? But this does not change my perspective on what has been going on and what has happened since. Okay? It's, of course, like, I still think that the gruesome bombing campaign conducted by Israel is completely unacceptable. Okay? It's just completely ridiculous. Anyway. So, yeah. Yeah, Justin Amash's fucking relatives died, dude. That's nuts. Like, an American libertarian. Are you realistic? How do you have 20k viewers? Holy crap. Have you seen what Hamas and Palestine people murdered kids and families in the kibbutz? Have you not seen the videos? You have zero clue what happened. Literally zero stream something else. You're sitting in Vegas with zero knowledge. Weirdo. Yeah, dude. You got it. I was totally oblivious to this. Like, fucking idiot. Of course I know that. I just brought it up earlier. The fuck is wrong with you? Stupid idiot. Jesus Christ. Okay. The obfuscation and the lack of clarity in the hospital bombing at this point is media narratives. It's media narratives, and it's important to arrive at the truth regardless. It's important to make an assessment on every single casualty, every single death, no matter who is responsible for it, okay? Oh shit, my food is here. All right, hold on. Here, let's start with the Piers Morgan.
Well, now the battle of the hearts and minds, traditionally played out through diplomacy and propaganda, is being played out online. My next guest has almost 500 million views for his provocative commentary online, making him hugely influential. Hasan Piker streams live under the name HasanAbi. His analysis of the Israel-Hamas war has taken a highly critical stance towards Israel and Western media, and he's been calling me out for my coverage.
Because he only cares about Israeli citizens. He does not care about Palestinians as human beings. That's why it's apples to oranges. It's like one side is a human, the other side is a barbaric monster child.
I never said that, obviously. He says that he'd like nothing more than to come on to Uncensored and call me a baboon in a suit to my face. Well, here I am, a baboon, and he can join me now. I'm joined by Hasan. Hasan, thank you very much indeed for coming on.
Thank you for having me, Piers. It's very early here in Los Angeles, California, but I'm going to try to do my very best to not do my British accent while I'm here.
Well, I appreciate that. And listen, I appreciate you coming on. Explain to me why you consider me a stenographer for the Israeli government, given that in the last week, I think more than any other host in the world, I have given lengthy platforms to pro-Palestinian voices to articulate that side of the argument.
So I
do have to commend you.
I tried to immediately cut in here and just like glaze him up a little bit because I think he does deserve glazing. Okay, I don't think it's like unfair to make this assessment. I think that he has brought up a lot of pro-Palestinian voices, a lot more than anyone else. Now, has he done it to fucking get owned? Has he done it for, clout reasons, right? I don't know. But it doesn't matter because what matters is those voices get heard, and those voices rarely ever get heard in mainstream media. So I think that it's a good thing, and he deserves, I guess, some praise for it. So yeah. Had to give him his flowers there, I guess.
You certainly have had more pro-Palestinian voices than the rest of the British media and certainly the rest of Western media in general. Now, as far as saying that you're a stenographer, I said that journalists are not supposed to be stenographers, and yet when it comes down to it, in most circumstances, in whatever conflict we may be in, there are stenographers for whichever party is aligning with the American State Department and the interests of the West in general. And Israel happens to be the one in this ongoing conflict.
But it's interesting that you...
I didn't want to just say, like, you know, you just say whatever Israel tells you. Because I feel like that can come across, like, that can be used as, like, anti-Semitic. I don't think it is anti-Semitic to say that, but I think in a situation like this, I'm trying to be as cordial and as, like, clear and coherent with my message as possible. I think years and years and years of being fucking clip chimped have, like, basically prepared me to ensure that it might come across as, like, long-winded, but I want to make sure that you can't clip something that just comes across as not what I actually meant and can be used against me, or more importantly, used against the people that I care about, used against, like, the Palestinian cause. Like, these are things that I am afraid of, always.
You call me a propagandist because I want to play you. This was your reaction to when the hospital got bombed.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay. Well, then I want to.
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you
put
even play it.
Okay. I'm going to play the clip. This is your reaction to the bombing of the hospital the other night.
While I was in the process of getting ready for the stream, Israel enacted one of the singular worst strikes they have done thus far, and an airstrike, an Israeli airstrike, hit the Al Ahli hospital in Gaza City, where thousands of civilians were seeking medical treatment and shelter from the relentless bombing campaign.
Now, interestingly, when you were saying that, I was coming on air too. And I took a position based probably on 30 years of being a journalist, running major newspapers, working at CNN and others.
I like that this guy is also, like, look at my bona fides as, like, a major journalist. And it's like, bro, you literally hacked into, like, famous people's phones and shit. Like, isn't he? He's like a paparazzi guy, isn't he? British media, man. I gotta hand it to him, though. He is a clever dog. I mean, he's sly. He's slick with it. He is, I will say, he is, like, very good at his job. Like, he's very good at, like, subtly pushing a narrative while simultaneously acting like he's totally above that, and maintains the veneer of, like, objective journalism.
Of waiting, of just saying, I think we should just wait and see what has actually happened here, get clarification, see who's actually to blame before we start passing judgment. You raced in to assume, as many people did, by the way, including the New York Times, BBC, mainstream media, and of course most of the Arab world then followed, that this was clearly, indisputably, an Israeli airstrike or missile.
So, the other part of this that I'm frustrated by is when shameless people, Piers doesn't do it as aggressively, but shameless people online will go, hey, you fucked up. 100% conclusively proven that this was not an Israeli airstrike, actually. So you fucked up on that. And you caused all these Muslims to get angry. And now they're like, you know, trying to burn embassies. And it's really interesting because, like, you think that is the only fucking reason? Like, everyone was perfectly chill with 1,000 dead Palestinian children, 3,480 Palestinians murdered by Israeli airstrikes, but then the hospital, that's it? That's the reason why everybody fucking got mad. No, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. That doesn't mean that there wasn't anything else going on. Of course people were fucking frustrated. It's not like they're not protesting now. They still are. You think it's only the fucking the Al Ahli hospital? That's the reason? It's crazy. So there's two fronts here that I'm frustrated by. One, people that say, "Oh, well, it's not certain. It's not certain," and then subtly making it seem like the line of defense that was adopted by the IDF needs to be taken at its word, even though the IDF time and time again has very openly lied to the media about this kind of thing. This exact same thing. They've lied about different bombing campaigns where they were responsible, but then they tried to shift the blame over to Islamic Jihad. They've lied about assassinations by sniper rifle and then tried to shift the responsibility over to the Palestinian brigades in Jenin, and then slowly had to retract both of those without even punishing the people responsible, by the way, because it's not even fucking illegal in on their minds.
Hospital. And yet all the evidence now suggests very strongly that it wasn't. That in fact this was a rocket that misfired coming from a terrorist group inside Gaza. So my question for you is this: Why would you?
I wouldn't go that far.
Why would you?
Yeah, he thought he was gonna bully me and be like, "See, you were wrong." I was like, "What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? What are you talking about? Just idea that like, oh no, it's done. All evidence points to this not being Israeli." It's like, really? Does it? Why do you never get punished for immediately repeating whatever the fuck the IDF has said? How does that work? Well, I know why, because that's, you know, that's our ally. So even if they sometimes lie to us, it's fine. For those of you watching, in my opinion, this was probably the worst part of the interview. He was cutting me off quite a lot, and he was like pumping me with these clips to drive home a narrative that I'm a I'm a misinformation merchant. But I think I did a decent job overall. With given the limitations that I had. I mean, obviously it's like early in the morning, I'm like not awake yet, but that's not the main problem here. The main problem is that like I can't really say anything. He just like would you'll see multiple times I'm like trying to cut in and trying to interrupt, and he would just boulder over it.
You'd be so certain in what you said before you knew.
Okay. So first and foremost, before we get started on this conversation, let's understand something very important here. There's no electricity in Gaza. Internet is patchy in Gaza. There's no food in Gaza. There's no water in Gaza. This is all by design. This is because Gaza is under a brutal blockade, a brutal occupation by the Israeli government. Okay? So that plays a role in the fog of war and the misinformation that gets spread. Having said that, however, you made it seem as though there is a certainty that this was 100% not an Israeli airstrike.
No, I didn't.
And instead,
I literally just said it's not a certainty.
Okay, sorry.
I said the evidence is
Then I
increasingly pointing to this not being an Israeli airstrike, and that is expert evidence from people who have no skin in the game at all.
Yes. Well, I don't know which expert you're talking about, because I think Channel 4 did a pretty good job. As a matter of fact, I would say Channel 4 did probably the best job so far in analyzing everything that the IDF has said. But the reason why I believed, and I still do believe, that the likelihood is that this was an Israeli bombing campaign wasn't only because of the singular verifiable video, the phone video from the balcony that had all of the markings of an airstrike, the fact that the Israeli Air Force was enacting a bombing campaign in the region at the time.
He did not say that. He in fact said a terrorist rocket. Yeah, I mean, dude, I didn't pick that up. But this is what I mean. That's why I said he's a pretty good fucking...
You made it seem as though there is a certainty that this was 100% not an Israeli airstrike.
No, I didn't.
And instead,
I literally just said it's not a certainty.
Okay, sorry.
I said the evidence is
Then I
increasingly
misunderstood you.
pointing to this not being an Israeli airstrike. All the evidence now suggests very strongly that it wasn't. That in fact this was a rocket that misfired coming from a terrorist group inside Gaza. So
All right, let's do it. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that until like literally today. Thank you, Austin Ox, for catching that shit. I like that tweet. I didn't even realize what was in it. Here you go, blasting it off.
from
See, I wasn't quick on my fucking toes, man. He caught me slipping there. That's kind of fucked up. Anyway, let's keep going.
Time, according to the Al Jazeera live streaming footage that everyone is using but doesn't understand. The fact that the digital media person for the IDF immediately came out and said that this was actually an airstrike that hit a Hamas target, and that he was sad that there were, casualties at the end of the day, but this was a Hamas target and celebrated it. And more importantly, I guess, the fact that this hospital had been bombed by Israel. This hospital had been bombed by Israel on Saturday. 22 hospitals have, as a matter of fact, been bombed by Israel since this last saga in the occupation. And this hospital had been bombed directly by Israel, where the cancer ward was destroyed. Israel has been bombing all of these hospitals. Israel has been calling all of these hospitals to evacuate over and over and over again. The medical professionals at the hospital had been called by the Israeli government the day prior, and everyone on the ground assumes that this is an Israeli airstrike. They are the ones who experienced the situation.
Listen, Hasan,
so when you have
but the
every
truth is,
single, can I just finish this?
If you watch the
Can I just finish
BBC,
this?
if you watch the
Can I-
BBC account of all this last night, by their Verify unit, which was specifically set up by the BBC to be completely dispassionate in these investigations. And they reached a pretty clear conclusion based on circumstantial evidence, I'll make that clear, that this would not have been an Israeli airstrike, including, for example, the size of the crater, which bears no relation to the size of craters normally left by Israeli.
So this part sucks because it's like, I agree. The size of the crater is inconsistent with the fucking JDAM. And he knows I agree with him on that. So he's bringing that up. But it's like, but that still doesn't change. Israel has a fucking incredibly diverse array of munitions that they fucking dump into Gaza and elsewhere. So it's very frustrating to just like drop that in there, and I can't even fucking describe it to him and be like, listen, dude, I get that, but there's still plenty of information that is inconsistent with with respect to like what the IDF has brought up. They're not a credible actor in this circumstance. And I think one thing that I will always say and always will push, and I've been saying it since day one, if you remember, I said the likelihood is that this is an Israeli airstrike or some kind of Israeli bomb. However, I can be, of course, wrong. What did I say? Day one. I said, if there's a third-party investigation, like from the UN, International Criminal Court, and they find conclusive evidence that this was not a Israeli rocket or an Israeli bomb or Israeli artillery, but instead a Hamas rocket that misfired, then yeah, I'm wrong. This does not change the direction or the reality on the ground. Yeah, I'm wrong in that situation if that is the case. However, what has happened since then? Like 1,000 more people have fucking been murdered since then. Like, what are we talking about? Anyway, Evan Hill highlighted this this forensic architecture thread that we're going to be looking at that, in my opinion, did a pretty decent job of like analyzing where the artillery possibly came from, and also the Doppler effect, like the sound forensics as well, looking at like what direction the missile or the whatever the object was, what direction it came from. These are important things to analyze as well. These are audio analysis is genuinely important, and unfortunately it's been devoid of this commentary thus far. So we'll look at all of that. But my point here is that this is a very frustrating conversation to have with someone who claims that they're not one-sided on it, but is literally one-sided. Difference is, not only do I admit that I'm biased, okay, I admit that I'm biased. I'm biased on behalf of Palestinian emancipation. I'm a firm believer that Palestinian emancipation will be the most effective way to ensure permanent security for Israelis as well. The inverse has been demonstrably a failure. Anyway, my point is, yeah, apartheid doesn't work. This would literally make the situation better and create a more livable circumstance for everybody there. But of course I will continue assuming, and I think it's not unjustifiable to make this assumption considering how many fucking places they've bombed since then, that this was the responsibilities bared upon Israel. Until there's evidence that is conclusive that shows me that it's not.
But look, my point is, neither of us know for sure. But you took to your airwaves immediately because actually you're, I wouldn't even say unconscious bias, your admitted propagandist bias on your part was that you wanted that to be an Israeli airstrike. It suited your narrative. And I would say that that in itself, in its way, is being a stenographer. Well, you know, you accuse me of being a stenographer. I try and be fair and get to the truth.
Yeah, I wanted it to be Israeli airstrike. It's an insane thing to say. Brother, I don't want any airstrikes. The notion that he's like such a good, objective little journalist and then says, you wanted it to be an Israeli airstrike. Like, you're fucking nuts, dude. That is an incredibly dishonest thing to say. But because he's blasting me from 8 different avenues, I can't even fucking hit him on all of the targets.
In your case, I don't think you try to do that. I think you appeal to your audience, appeal to your base, and you don't really care whether the facts are there or not.
This is entirely unfair because you just said circumstantial evidence favors that this was not an Israeli airstrike.
Yeah.
I gave you all of the circumstantial evidence that it does favor that this is an Israeli airstrike. The reason why, however, circumstantial evidence is not enough. And the one thing that I will concede to, because when more information did come out, and no, I do not mean when Israel said that they did not bomb this hospital and it was actually Hamas, and then they turned around and went, never mind, it's not Hamas, it's actually Islamic Jihad. And then they said, we have more evidence coming out in a couple hours. And then the evidence came out, and it turns out it sounded like the phone conversations that they were able to intercept, supposedly, sounded like, by experts at the very least, to be completely false and completely made up.
Yeah, but Hasan, I don't think, listen, in all honesty, I don't think, even as you're saying all this, I think you're a smart guy.
Piers, let me finish.
I think you've looked at all of this, and I think in your heart, you know this was probably...
He's just like, oh, in your heart, you knew it was not Israel. You knew it was Palestine. Like, that's insane. That's not how you do a conversation, bro.
Not an Israeli airstrike. And I'm just curious why you would, instead of admitting that as facts change,
that is
your
not
opinion
what I'm
changed.
saying. That is not what I'm saying at all.
I don't understand why you would double and treble down when the evidence is pointing the other way.
You're asking me to be on your show. Do you want to talk?
Yes.
If you're asking me to be on your show, and I want to be on the show, thank you so much for having me on your show. Let me explain exactly what I said, and let me explain to you why I think still, to this very moment, until there is a third-party investigation that is concluded by the UN, the International Criminal Court, or specifically a forensic analyst that looks at the situation, is allowed to be on the ground. This is not just my perspective. This is B'Tselem as well, which is an Israeli organization that has also demanded a third-party investigation occur. I am not going to conclusively say that this was not Israel's fault.
I don't expect you to.
Because I just gave you, and not because I'm a propagandist. As far as me being a propagandist goes, everyone is a propagandist. I'm just honest about it. You're a propagandist. We have our biases.
I'm curious who you think I'm a propagandist
honest
for.
About my biases.
Who do you think I'm a propagandist for?
Who do I think you're a propagandist for? Whichever every media person is doing propaganda.
But who for? I've got to be doing it for somebody.
You think it's a bad word? I don't. That's just the difference. This is a semantics
I do. I think it's actually quite a serious charge.
Hasan,
I think it's a serious charge to level, not as a podcaster, but as a journalist who's broadcasting around the world, who has a reputation, I believe, for being fair and impartial, actually, on these issues.
This is so funny, because he doesn't. Like, who the fuck thinks he's like a serious journalist? British people don't like him. It's interesting because, like, the Tories don't really like him either, right? I've never actually met a single person, whether they're from England or any other part of the world, that was like, I'm a big Piers Morgan fan. Yeah. Also, he's a propagandist. He is propagandizing for Israel. He'll make tiny slivers of criticism here and there, but then ultimately, he takes whatever the fuck they say, hook, line, and sinker, and repeat it. One of the greatest examples of this is that he cannot condemn the thousands of people that Israel has killed in this last siege. Okay? He can't do it. That's why he always runs away from it. He goes, oh, well, it's more about proportion. It's more about proportion, which is why Bassam did a really good job when he was like, how many babies? How many babies can be killed? What's the baby to grandma equation? What's the index here? Explain it to me. He was right. Piers can't respond to that because he's a fucking propagandist.
It's quite a charge to just say, I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I am doing the propaganda for.
While we're having this conversation, 3,000, Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have. You asked me to be on here. You wanted to hear my perspective. I'm willing to give it to you. I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk about Noam Chomsky style manufacturing consent conversations about how the media is operating at the behest of capital.
You were the guy. Listen,
I think
you were the guy that told me
there are dead people.
Listen, Hasan, I only asked you because you're the guy that called me a propagandist and called me a baboon in a suit. I was curious as to why. You don't want to say who I'm doing the propaganda for. We'll move on. I agree with you. There's a bigger picture here. Let's move on. Let's take a short break. Hasan, let's take a short break. I want to come back. I want to talk to you about what happened on October the 7th, get your reaction to that. Welcome back, Hasan Piers.
By the end of it, he was like, I think he didn't give me any breathing room on purpose because he wanted to bully me a little bit. And I think he did a really good job at that, I'll admit. But I'm fucking dying at that point. I'm like, come on, dog. Jesus Christ. My goal, anytime I go in the media, what is my goal? My goal is to get as many talking points out there as possible. I'm trying to deploy talking points. Straight up. I think that's what the most important thing is. There's not a lot of Palestinian voices that get to be on television, okay? And by that, I don't mean like directly, literally Palestinian voices, but like voices that are pro-Palestine. Okay? I did the same thing with the BBC. I did the same thing with Piers. When I'm on TV, I'm using that as an opportunity to just say, like, listen, I don't care, you're here, whatever. I want to talk about this side that rarely ever gets heard and rarely gets coverage. From this massive audience that you have who is completely unfamiliar with me. By the way, it's insane that this fucking interview in 2 days got 3.1 million views. All right, let's continue. This is the part where I cook them now. I think I did a really good job in the second part. This was not live. This was pre-recorded. I mean, we had a live conversation back and forth, but it was pre-recorded and then played live on a show.
I'll just play you a clip of something that you said about the October 7th terror attacks, and in particular, the attack at the music festival, which killed 260 people.
Look at this guy. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Dude, if they subjugated you to a open-air prison your whole life, you're going to break out eventually when you realize that there's no other way to get out of it.
I mean, it sounds to me there, Hasan, that you are in some way saying they had it coming. Were you?
No, I wouldn't say that they had it coming. I think that Michael Brooks used to say, analysis is not justification. And while obviously civilian casualties and horrific barbaric acts that were committed on October 7 are completely unacceptable, the important thing to make sure that it never happens again is to analyze what are the conditions as to how it happened to begin with. And I think Ehud Barak is going to be on in a little bit as well, or maybe he's on before me. Yeah. And I'm almost certain that while he has held the keys to the conversation and held the levers of the power in this conversation in many key and critical points, I would go so far as to say that he is among many others who also recognize that the Bibi Netanyahu administration is responsible. This is not just my assessment. This is 85% of the Israeli population's assessment at the time. This is years and years and years of refusing to negotiate with the Palestinian Authority. Don't take my word for it. Take Bibi Netanyahu's personal word for it.
I would agree again.
In a closed-door conversation with Likud members, he said that if you want to thwart any kind of Palestinian nation state, you must do everything you can to only negotiate with Hamas. We control how high the fire goes. He's given cash to Hamas by way of Qatar. There is no bigger fan of Hamas than Bibi Netanyahu, which I hope one day you can maybe interview, and then you'll ask him to.
No, I actually did interview him a few months ago, and I did actually spell out to him that there have been a lot more Palestinian deaths this year so far, up to the point of the interview, than Israelis, and what he intended to do about it. He said then he didn't believe in collective responsibility.
Quite long-winded replies, though. Yeah, you're right. I should have just been like, hey, man, all of these other people, like, I'm literally using examples, knowing full well that these are people that he will criticize personally. Okay? Shut the fuck up. I know what I'm doing.
which is now this hot phrase in this whole crisis about whether you would hold all people in Gaza responsible for Hamas. Interesting to see if when they...
Can I ask you a question?
Let me just finish my point. If they do then launch a ground invasion, it'd be interesting to see if they keep to that word. You know, I'm not a defender of what Bibi Netanyahu's been doing in Israel. In the last year, his attack on the credibility and integrity of the Supreme Court, I think, has been a disgrace. And I think it has fractured society in Israel. I also think that it's caused so much social unrest and had such big protests that you could argue it's taken the eye off the ball of the people who should have been defending the border because they've been trying to sort out what's been going on domestically, internally inside Israel. So I think it's a catastrophic failure of intelligence, of security, of defense.
This is a classic take where he's like trying to say Bibi Netanyahu fucked up. Like, he took my words and trying to make it seem like we're in agreement. Where I want to stress the point that it's not just Netanyahu who's responsible. The apartheid is responsible. Anyone who maintains it is responsible. It's not just like, oh, there's political disagreements between Bibi Netanyahu and Ehud Barak. No. Okay? I will give you that opportunity to shit on him, but I will not let you keep it there. I will not let you keep it there because I know the truth. The truth is that this entire project for 75 years has been a death-dealing project. This entire project is responsible. The maintenance of it is violent, which I will get to now. I think it was clear to even normies that he's had his guard up the whole time. Yeah, I think it did a pretty good job
all of
overall.
those things. I'll be amazed, frankly, if Netanyahu survives this. So I'm certainly not here to defend him, even if you do view me as a stenographer for his government. My question for you, I think, is this. Is that I've had a lot of problems trying to get people on the pro-Palestinian side to separate two things. That you can say, as I believe and you believe, that the Palestinians have been maltreated for decades. That the situation where they are effectively, I mean, I don't even call it an occupation because Israelis aren't in Gaza. They pulled out in 2005, but they still control the ability of Gazans.
This is why I call you a propagandist.
I'm just saying the phraseology is confusing to me because the reality is
there's a delay here
Israel
too.
exercises control
Did you guys notice
over
that?
people in Gaza. Did
you guys notice that? Like, because he goes, I wouldn't even call it an occupation. That's when I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is why I call you a propagandist. But that was literally, like, on my end, that was immediate. On the video, it's like way later.
Allows them in and out. It allows them to turn on the tap of water and so on and so on. I get all that. They don't actually live there because they can't live side by side with each other.
That's why it's called an open-air prison.
Right. I don't disagree with...
That's why they call it the world's largest open-air prison.
Yeah, but Hasan, I don't disagree with you. And I have pointed this out for a long time as a journalist. So we don't disagree about the appalling plight of Palestinian people. But the issue comes that if you can't separate that ongoing dispute between Israel and Palestine from the absolutely appalling barbarism of October the 7th, which was on a whole different scale to anything we've seen, where 1,400 people, Holocaust survivors, babies in their cribs, young women taken, tortured, abused, shot, beheaded, it was reported, and so on. If we can't look at that collectively, with a general humanity and agreement that is an absolute atrocity, then there's something wrong with this. And I find that the tribalism on both sides is now so toxic and so frenzied that you get people who literally can't. We've had a bunch of actors, right, signing this statement saying they want a ceasefire in Gaza and calling Israel war criminals and so on. But they don't say a word about the Hamas attacks that precipitated this. And I find that really hard, right? Really hard to accept.
This is where I cook them.
But do you agree with them? If they had said, for example, that October 7 attacks were brutal and massacres occurred, and then they said everything else, that Israel is committing war crimes, would you agree with them?
Okay, here's what I would honestly say about that. Is Israel
He would not. That's how you know. That's how you know his ass went sideways on that one.
Not allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack we've seen since 9/11? Is it not allowed to defend itself
just odd.
after
You said you're not a
1,400 people in Israel
propagandist.
are butchered in that way? And the question then, if you assume that they are able to defend themselves, as any
Pierce,
free
that is
democratic
the,
country,
that is the
then the
Israeli
question
State
becomes,
Department line.
Hassan,
That
let
is
me-
the IDF's line. That is
Hassan,
the line that everyone
Hassan, let me ask you
channels.
this. It then becomes a question of how can they defend themselves? If their mission now is to
Come on, dog. The fuck out of here, dude. He's like, Israel has a right to do some defensive war crimes.
to get rid of Hamas, a terror organization that's committed one of the worst acts of terror ever seen. If that is their stated aim, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No. Here's why this is actually an abject failure, and this is not just my perspective on the matter. I'm just a dumb idiot with a Twitch stream who is live reacting to the news and trying to make sense of everything as it's ongoing. I usually have a policy of not covering breaking news, and sometimes that policy is violated, but ultimately I am not held up by the same journalistic standards, even though I think I do a much better job than most other news outlets in general. So let me just say this really quickly. You said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Now, collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, collective punishment in the form of depriving them of water, of food, collective punishment of in the form of 51 people dying in the West Bank, where, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet 51 people have died because in the West Bank, settlers that are occupying Palestinian territory in violation of the international law, settlers who are doing an act of colonial terrorism, and this is not my statement on it, this is international law, that are doing horrifying things by simply just existing there and maintaining the presence with an occupying force in the form of IDF, who is ritualistically humiliating Palestinians in a structure that B'Tselem, an Israeli organization, calls the permit regime, where every waking moment of Palestinians' lives in the West Bank are absolute hell, where they have no legal recourse. 51 Palestinians have died, and that was before the Ramallah protest that happened last night, and the Israeli forces were opening up with live fire on protesters last night. So who knows what that death toll has become? This is all a product of Israel being an apartheid state. This is a violent apartheid state. There is no way to be a peaceful
all right, Hassan,
apartheid
let me ask you
state.
this.
It is a violence.
Let
It
me
is a
ask you
violence
this then.
required for its maintenance.
Okay, listen.
And that violence is frustrating people.
I hear
that
you.
violence
I
is
hear you.
radicalizing people.
But here's
Hold
my-
on.
I hear
As
you.
far as Israel, as far as what Benjamin Netanyahu has done, as far as the war government, what they have done, Pierce, going into Gaza and bombing Gaza and killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children out of all of those casualties, 22 hospitals being bombed, a bakery, the only remaining intact bakery being bombed yesterday. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same talking points that I've heard from American politicians championing the exact same talking points. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against.
This, I think, was a slow bird. A lot of people will say, Hassan, like, why didn't you hit him fast? Why didn't you jab? It's because instead of immediately being like, here's why you're a fucking propagandist, I think it's better for him to say something that I can just point to that immediately lets it simmer and ultimately gets to a boiling point where I can point to it and be like, dude, I just described these conditions to you. You act like you care about these people, and then you turn around and say the same shit that Israel says. That's propaganda. Okay? Now, the reason why I didn't do that fast, the reason why I didn't start off with that is because if I do that, one, because I'm ADHD and I'm hyper-focusing on all the wrong things. The other reason is because I want to make sure that, like, the conversation keeps going without him just, like, because he has all control. He can do whatever the fuck he wants with this interview. So, I wanted to hit it hard at the end. Why? Because if he gave me breathing room, I cared more about making sure everybody understands what the situation is. Okay? That's why I wanted to just, like, over and over again repeat the conditions on the ground. These are things that people do not hear. If I had jabbed him first, who knows if he'd let me go off for this long. But I think ultimately the interview was supposed to be about whether or not Piers is a propagandist. That's the real reason why he had me on, right? To be like, oh, you called me a baboon in a suit and a propagandist. Well, there it is. I wanted to max out on as many gruesome conditions of Palestinians right now that you're not aware of points to bring up, while also simultaneously tying it up with a fucking nice little bow at the end and sending that package his way to be like, this is how you're a propagandist.
Against the Iraq war, and you use that, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those acts of war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
Well, I would say to that I think the death of any child in this conflict is horrific, absolutely horrific. But the question comes down to me that after an act of terror, as we saw on October the 7th, Israel should be able to defend itself and should be able to go after the people that perpetrated that, who live amongst civilians in Gaza deliberately. And the question for me becomes down to what is proportionate.
The question is, the IDF lives among civilians. The IDF literally has mandatory conscription, like everyone has to serve. The IDF's main headquarters are inside of a fucking mall in Tel Aviv. If Hamas dropped the fucking nuke there, everyone would know what's what. That is unacceptable. If Hamas did that, everyone would say, that's the most unacceptable thing that anyone's ever done. Of course, and it would be. It would be fucking gruesome. It would be ridiculous. It would be ruthless. It's crazy. There's so many angles to cover on this, like, proportionate. What's proportionate? What's proportionate? Obviously, it's disproportionate. Obviously, it's unacceptable, okay? It's ridiculous. But you know what? You know why this is, like, ultimately in the hands of Israel? Because they have the power. They have the power. They have the power to shut off the fucking food and the water and the electricity. And they also have the power to not do that. They have the power to consistently occupy Gaza and have this, like, incredibly stringent blockade that stops people in Gaza, 2.2 million of them, from, like, getting access to regular amenities and food, calling that in a monstrous way, in my opinion, putting the Palestinians on a diet. Instead of doing all that, they could just not do that and work towards a peaceful negotiation. Recognize that the Palestinians are human beings that deserve a life, that deserve dignity, that have dreams just like you do. It's fucking ridiculous to obscure every single person living in Gaza by consistently saying, well, you know, they're all Hamas, they're all Hamas, they're all Hamas, they're all Hamas. It's fucking ridiculous. And I didn't end it there. I gave you also my own perspective on how to end this, okay? And here, this is important.
I don't know the answer, Hassan. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that answer is.
I do know the answer to that. Last night I had Dr. Ofer Kassif, an Israeli Knesset member who was expelled, suspended for 45 days for saying what I believe is the truth. Championing the exact same position of the Haaretz's editorial board. There are a lot of thoughtful people, a lot of formative Holocaust scholars, a lot of historians that all agree on the same point. The reason why violence that even penetrates through the Israeli security blanket that people thought existed, that penetrated through that Iron Dome, the Iron Wall, if you want to call it that, is because of years and years of oppression and years of violence, which is a necessity to maintain an apartheid state. And this has to stop. There's only two ways out of this. Either you engage in full-blown ethnic cleansing, and if you listen to the likes of Smotrich, or if you listen to the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir, and these very unfavorable, unpopular, far-right figures, if you listen to Netanyahu and his Likud government, they say that they are interested in going in that direction, the ethnic cleansing direction, the ethnic displacement direction, or the only way out of this for a real solution is to move towards peace, to genuinely end the blockade, to end the apartheid, to end the occupation, and create a pathway towards citizenship for all people with a right to return, for all 14 million Palestinians, 5 million of which live under Israeli occupation. It's brutal. And then the rest living in diaspora. These are not unreasonable requests. These are requests that understand the dignity and the humanity of one side and does not simply treat them as their colonial subjects.
Hassan,
and it's the only way to create permanent security and prosperity in the region.
If it was as simple as that.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's not simple. It's like, no, it is. It is not complicated at all. It's that simple. Yeah, you can't be like, but sorry, we can't do it because... Why? Because like Israelis are not interested in that. Why? Because Palestinians are not interested in that. First of all, you don't know. You don't know what they're interested in. You can look throughout time. At different points in time, the Palestinian understanding of a two-state solution was infinitely more popular. It was. Only over time has this notion that it is impossible to have a two-state solution has become a permanent fixture in Palestinian lives as a consequence of the permanent occupation. Because they look to that peaceful coexistence in the West Bank and they fucking see what that means. That means a permanent security apparatus constantly up their fucking asses, ritualistically humiliating them at checkpoints, robbing them of their humanity on a daily fucking basis. Why? How could they? How could they ever believe that Israel is going to legitimately move towards a two-state solution? After that, he also asked Ehud Barak the proportionate response question, apparently. And he might have went mask off here. Yeah, we'll look at what he had to say, too. For the record, I was supposed to go after Ehud Barak. And then I was lied to. They bait and switched my ass. I was like, damn, I'm about to go after Ehud Barak. I got some fucking questions for the big homie here. Anyway. I love that at the end he's like, oh, you peaceful dove. You do not know that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. You simply do not know. It's more complicated than that. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, okay?
That I'm sure that would have happened already. I would say this. I agree with a lot of what...
It's so dumb. Oh, well, hey, good solution, man. It would have happened if it could have. Like, get the fuck out of here. No, it wouldn't have. Every single Israeli government official has literally utilized the two-state solution as a way to consistently expand in the Palestinian territory. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Are we blind to the reality? What the fuck's up? They always use Hamas too as a reason. It's like, even before Hamas, man. Was Hamas around in 1948? Was it Hamas in 1967? 73? Where the fuck was Hamas then? Hamas hasn't been around for all that long, and wasn't even violent in its inception either. As we covered, the history of what it is. It's always been a fucking Islamist fundamentalist group, but not popular. Wonder why it gained popularity. Wonder how that happened. If you want to take away Hamas and its power, you have to starve it. And the only way to starve it of its power is by letting people breathe. That's it.
What you've just said, not all of it, a lot of it. I don't think you can ever achieve peace now with Hamas controlling Gaza. I don't think you can achieve peace with Netanyahu in charge of Israel, actually, afterwards. I don't think his own people will want him to be in charge of Israel down below when they examine exactly how this happened. But we will see. But Hasan, I've got to leave it there. Look, it's good to talk to you. You know, you're an important, influential voice to a lot of people. And I think we have a lot of common ground, and there are some things that we disagree
No, we don't.
about. But I suspect it's not as much as you think. You know, I do think that the core problem here has got to get resolved in a way that's been completely ignored for decades. And until it gets resolved, until the plight of the Palestinian people...
This is why journalism is so silly. Like, people being like, I'm just a journalist is so fucking stupid. Because it's like, bro, you just said it's simply impossible. And you asked the question about what is proportional? What is a proportional response? Well, at that point, it's like, you're not really leaving anything out on the table, are you? You're basically saying Palestinians need to suck it, okay? And that, you know, there is no peaceful solution. And the only alternative, like I mentioned, is you know, ethnic cleansing as the final solution. And it's ridiculous to me that he's just doing that while also claiming that he's neutral on the subject. He's like, oh, I want it so bad. I want there to be liberation so bad for the Palestinians, but also it would have happened if it could. Well, it didn't. So what the fuck is up there? All right, let's listen to what Ehud Barak. I heard that he asked him questions about me as well. Fuck, how do I fix this? Fuck.
Thank you for joining me. I greatly appreciate it. I want to start by playing you an extract from an interview I did with Prime Minister Netanyahu back in March, in the middle of all the big social unrest in Israel over his attempts to usurp the power of the Supreme Court. Listen to this.
We don't believe in collective punishment. I go after the terrorists. I go after those who support.
Cap. Come on, dog.
But I don't believe in collective
It's Cap in America time.
It seems to me part of Netanyahu's problem has been that for political expediency, he's had to pack his cabinet full of very hard right people.
Yeah, he had to do
whose
that.
incendiary rhetoric has done nothing but fuel a lot of fury amongst the Palestinian people. Would you agree with that?
You know, the nomination of these two racist, messianic, we call it in Yiddish, Michiganers, is a grave mistake of Netanyahu. They are a pariah within the Israeli society, but it has nothing to do with the crisis we are now facing. The barbarian massacre that happened in October 7th started to be prepared before Netanyahu government, more than a year ago, before Netanyahu government was ever established. And it has nothing to do whatsoever They are huge damage to Israel in more than one way, but they are not the direct cause of this event and these attacks.
When you heard about the scale of what happened on October the 7th, how did that affect you personally? You've been a Prime Minister of Israel, you've been a general in the Defense Force. What was the personal impact on you?
Look, I witnessed our people. It was the most severe blow that Israel suffered since its establishment. We had never such an event where within 24 hours, it's much more than 1,400, probably we'll end up with 1,800, and several hundreds were caught as hostages, they were slaughtered, literally. It's not just a terror, it's a crime against humanity. No one can remember such pictures since probably Eastern Europe during World War II under the Nazi rule. And that, of course, it shocked the public, but we are a defiant species. We know how to unite when we face an external threat. We are united. We mobilize over 300,000 reservists to make sure there is enough force to avoid any kind of further surprise and to be able to have a major offensive in the Gaza Strip. We got support from the whole world. Prime Minister Sunak is now in Israel, but Biden was there yesterday. Aircraft carrier is closing even some British vessels, and we enjoy a lot of support. And the third element, which is very important, in a way, it's not just a failure of the intelligence, a failure of the operational side, and in spite of heroic response of the soldiers on the ground, it's still a major failure of our defense system, but it's also a major failure of the political level, and basically they lost the trust of the people, and both the government and in a way the military. And important step was the creation some 4 days ago of a war cabinet made of Netanyahu and other 4 people. 2 of them were added from the opposition leaders.
That's crazy. It doesn't seem like he's cutting him off. Or being like, hey, do you think it's proportionate? Do you think the violence is proportionate?
Gantz and Eisenkot, they both are career generals before they turned into politicians. Both were commanders of the armed forces of Israel, and both are very responsible, cool-headed, balanced people. So in a way, their joining the war cabinet make more citizens, including myself, more quiet about the decisions that might come out and translated by the armed forces into action.
If this attack had happened on your watch as Prime Minister, would you have resigned?
It depends to what extent I would feel the situation. I don't want to answer it right now because there is the question, of course, on the air in regard to Netanyahu. I think that now we have to focus first and foremost on response. We have to do something. No modern state can afford having it. You mentioned earlier 9/11. Yeah. You think in the terms of the population, it's like Americans having 9/11 with 50,000 people killed, not 35.
Okay, but considering the Palestinian population is 5 million, or 2.2 million in Gaza, you're doing them. If we're doing 9/11 as a unit of evil, like as a metric for evil, 9/11 math already is insane. But Israel killed the equivalent of 254,402 children. I did the math. Just the children alone, which is 1,500. How many fucking 9/11s is that? It's just so dumb. Anytime, this is something to always consider. Anytime Oh, Asmon's take on The Only Way Out. I don't know why you want me to watch Asmon's take on this. But let's see. What did he say?
Which I do think that there will be no resolution to this until one of them does not exist. They will never be able to live peacefully. It will never happen until one of them is totally wiped out. There's not going to be a peace treaty. They're not going to work it out. No.
They say that they are interested in going in that
direction. It's been like 3,000 years. Well, I mean, to be fair, Israel's kind of like a new thing.
What? No, it's not 3,000 years. What the fuck? I swear to God. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind, dude. God damn it. I'm so fucking mad at that dipshit Elise or whatever. Don't fucking send me this shit, dude. Like, why are you doing that? Why are you sending me that? You want me to fucking yell? Is that why you're sending me that? So I fucking say something? And then all of the fucking orders clip chimp it, and then we just like fucking have unnecessary drama? It's so stupid. Some of y'all are horny as fuck, dog. Jesus Christ, you're so fucking horny. He's getting clip chimped. He might have a good take on it. I'm just saying, I don't wanna get into this because multiple people wanted you to watch it, Lamau. No, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. You want to know why I don't want to watch it? Because every single fucking person does not care. They do not care. They only want me to watch it so you can fucking do your stupid ass drama baiting, psychotic, masturbatory bullshit. You want me to not fucking cover whatever the fuck I want to cover. You just want me to fucking yell. You want to clip chip something so you can go fucking get 10,000 karma on Reddit so you don't fucking kill yourself. That's it. That's the real reason why so many of you want to watch it, because if you don't do that, you will kill yourselves. You're like, oh my God, life is so meaningless. Like, I have to farm karma on Reddit or else everything will fucking fall apart. So that's why you do it. You come in here and you fucking don't give a shit about what's going on, and you just fucking come in here and you're like, dude, watch this. Anyway, Elise is a good chatter overall. I'm just like shocked that you guys are like, you have to watch this. You have to watch this. Like, I don't care. Lamau, get over yourself. This whole thing isn't about you. Lamau. Dude, of course it's not about me. That's my point. You can't use my point against me, you fucking dumbass. You're literally doing the thing. You just said, I just said this is not about me or what my back and forth might look like from the perspective of like my point of view and Asmongold's point of view. This is so much larger than that. You're just sending me that so like someone can go and fucking clip it out of context when you know there's infinitely more important shit to cover right now. And you dumbasses go, this is not about you, brother. Yeah, I know it's not. That's why I said what I said, you fucking idiot. Llama trauma. What do you mean by that? You banned that guy. Unban him, mods. Unban him. I want to know what he means. Like, this is not about you, brother. This is about Asmongold's impact. What you need to do is make sure that you give an honest assessment on Asmongold's takes on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. He might have great takes. I don't know, okay? I haven't watched it, but I think it's, like, not relevant to this point right now, okay? I don't know why someone clip you, Asmon. Consider he even praised you in the video. Quinn, on the other hand, mocked you. They're not covering breaking news. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's a great point. Why the fuck? At least with Asmongold, like, he's got decent takes, okay? Things that I agree with, things that I disagree with. He's got interesting takes from time to time. But it's like, why would I ever care? Like, that's ridiculous. About, especially fucking, what's his face? What is he, South African, Australian? I don't know what the fuck he is. He's just, you know. Like, there's more important things than trying to fucking spear dick and like wedge in your own fucking only way of comprehending news and information by trying so desperately to fucking farm drama off of it. He's not South African. What is he? He's fucking. Is he Kiwi? What the fuck is he? I don't know what he is. I don't really care. I know what he's not, and what he's not is an intelligent person. So I don't care about his perspective on the matter at all. You know, he should go back to playing fucking Path of Exile or whatever the fuck he plays. Okay. Oh. Doesn't cover breaking news, mate. Fucking hell. Fuck. Really? Your TikTok from the Piers Morgan interview is doing amazing. Holy fuck, it's got 159,000 likes. No, that's crazy. Isn't this the same one though? This is the same one, isn't it? Like, I'm not comparing Asmongold to fucking Quinn, by the way. Okay, what I'm simply stating is, like, you wouldn't come here and ask me what fucking Quinn's perspective is either, right? Because, like, ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, like, I have a limited amount of time.
Israel not allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing...
What? Your video that you posted on YouTube 5 years ago about the double standard of brutality in Palestine? Okay, I'm not gonna...
It's consistent with that, isn't it?
No, you said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, you know, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza.
I'm glad we unbanned him. Do you believe that the news coming from Gaza is controlled by terrorist group Hamas? Doctors at the Al Ahli hospital? Hamas. Allah. You don't even know. You know what's even crazier? The babies in the hospital? Also Hamas. Nobody fucking knows this. I'll tell you. Children? Gonna be Hamas if you don't kill them first. I don't know if you noticed, but during the interview, you kept doing the exhale that you do when you're talking to fucking idiot chatters and get pissed the fuck off. Yeah. Their babies are Hamas. Their mothers are human shields. The babies that are Hamas are using their mothers as human shields. Yeah. And we have to kill both of them. We have to. Simply, Hamas. There's no other way to deal with it. Yeah. Being pregnant with a child, I've said this before, being pregnant with a child is a lot like a mecha anime, but you know what it's a lot like as well? A human shield. It's true. You don't want to hear it. It's true. What the fuck? Work. Ah!
So far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children.
Why is chat so crazy right now? I haven't been live for like,
180 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
Very relevant. Okay. Every time my
Coco, when mommy says stop, you say okay. I'm just a baby.
God, I miss Kaya so much. I'm gonna cry. Anyway. You know, guys, I'll tell you something. Okay? I'll tell you something. On the one hand, I feel like I was out here feeling a little selfish, like not actually being there to do coverage that is necessary. But part of the reason why I felt comfortable being able to take some time off, even though I still wanted to fucking, give you coverage. But part of the reason why I felt comfortable was because, I knew that there was a guy out there that would have the backs of Palestinians and even the hostages that they'd taken. That's right. Shaun King, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. I could take days off because in my mind I was thinking, we got a guy out here. We got a guy out here who's covering the seas and the land and the river. Let no conflict go to waste. In a phone conversation I just had with the family of Natalie Ra'anan, they relayed to me that because I was involved in her release, that Israelis pressured them to distance themselves from me. They also relayed that they do not feel safe in Israel right now as a result. Israel is terrified of Shaun King. I don't think you know this, but Israel is legitimately terrified of Shaun King. Why? I'm out of touch on this. Are you making a joke? Yes. Because, listen, he's a controversial figure. But this time around, this was like a bridge too far for me. Previous bridges were too far as well, but it's like, it's whatever. Neither here nor there. But he's been posting a lot. He's been posting a lot about what's going on in Palestine, and he's very emotional about the posting on Instagram. But also, he said that he did a hostage release. Like, he literally said he facilitated in a fucking hostage release. And I don't know what to say about it. Like, it's kind of a wild thing to say. Because the family came out and were like, no, we don't know who the fuck this guy is. He said that the girl that was recently released by Hamas, the American prisoner that they had, was a fan of his a while back. And he said that, does anyone have the link to this? I need to show you links because it sounds unbelievable when I explain it. Like, it sounds like an impossibility. It sounds like such a wild thing to just say. I need to show you. I need to show it to you so that you get a better... I mean, yeah, one thing we should say is thank you. That's what we should say. Like, but do you have the courage to say thank you to Shaun King? I mean, I do, but do you have the courage to say thank you to Shaun King? Because he saved lives out there. And many of you don't fucking have a clue about that. It's a thankless job. Okay, so here's what happened with Shaun. Shaun King's claims about U.S. hostages released by Hamas raised eyebrows. Speculation on social media erupted on Saturday after civil rights activist Shaun King claimed he helped free a teenage American girl and her mother who were taken hostage by Hamas and later released by the Palestinian militant group. Now, what's actually kind of crazy about this is that, like, I think he did literally tweet about this girl beforehand. So I don't know, like how did he know? You know, I'm not saying he like actually facilitated this hostage deal, but he did actually literally tweet about this girl before the State Department. So I think he did. Here's the original Instagram post. No. This is from 1 day ago. I'm pretty sure his old... Doesn't he have like an old ass post? I can't click on his profile. It's a fucking hotbed of terms of service violations. Am I making this up? I might be. Anyway, let's go scour his profile, chatters, and let me know. Shaun King posted this a day ago after this girl was released by Hamas. Hamas has just freed the teenager Natalie Ra'anan and her mother. I'm grateful. As I said last week, Natalie and her family have been supporters of mine and protested police violence in America alongside us. I am thankful for the Qatari government in helping negotiate this. Dozens of us worked frantically behind the scenes to help make this possible. I spoke to Natalie's family this afternoon and they are anxiously awaiting more updates. So, he did he did actually tweet about them, I think. Does anyone have it? This girl's brother DM'd him. There were screenshots. Like, there could have been a guy in the family. I need you to understand something. It's not as bad. It's not as, like, it's funnier than you think it is, I guess. It's not, like, exactly, a week ago. Look. This makes the story funnier, in my opinion, because, like, what the fuck was Shaun King doing in this hostage negotiation process? Like, what was he posting? He's like, all right, listen, guys. He's like, the Islamic Jihad guys are on the one side, the Hamas guys are on the other side, and in front of them is Shaun King, and he's like, listen, bro, you release her, who's a fan of mine, and I will post so many more Al Jazeera clips on my fucking timeline. Like, you have no idea. I will post 5 extra clips that I just downloaded from some fucking Palestinian journalist on the ground who's like gonna get lasered tomorrow, okay? Like, I promise. And then the Hamas guys are like, well, you know, Mr. King, you are the very best. No one else is posting. No one else is posting these clips like you do on your Instagram. Habibi, we will release this hostage. Like, is that what happened? So much exposure. We love you, Shaun King. We are big fans at Hamas. We love it. We love your boasting. Anyway, so the fact that he is like low-key kind of tangentially involved in the story makes it so much funnier, in my opinion. Okay? But it's not as bad. I mean, it's pretty funny regardless. Anyway, for him to just like act like he was, you know, playing a formative role in this is awesome. At least 200 hostages, including as many as 20 Americans, were captured by Hamas during the attack. 2 of these American hostages were Judith Raanan. Judith. I don't know why I said Judith. What the fuck's wrong with me? 59 and her daughter, Natalie Raanan, 17 of Evanston, Illinois, until they were released on Friday. The mother-daughter duo was in Israel to celebrate a relative's birthday in the Jewish holiday season and were staying in a kibbutz when it was raided by Hamas. The Israel Foreign Ministry said on Friday afternoon that 2 hostages were on their way to the army base in central Israel to meet up with their family. Al-Qassam Brigades, the military wing of Hamas, said in a statement posted on Telegram on Friday that the 2 hostages were released on humanitarian grounds while throwing a jab at President Joe Biden. I'm reading what they said. If it weren't for you, American savior Shaun King, we would never release these hostages. That's what they're saying. It's not my word, it's the Al-Qassam Brigades. They said that in the Telegram group. They said, Joe Brandon, your time is up. Shaun King is running on third party. He's going to fuck you up. All right. In response to the Qatari efforts, Al-Qassam Brigades released the 2 American citizens, a mother and her daughter, for humanitarian reasons, and to prove to the American people and the world that the claims made by the Biden and his fascist administration are false and baseless, the Hamas spokesman said. Abu Ubaida. I don't know why they would not mention Shaun King in that. I think it's kind of fucked up. I think it's kind of fucked up that Al-Qassam and Abu himself really just, you know, cut him out of that. It's like you hate to see it. You hate when someone has done the work and they just get cut out of the deal at the last round, you know? So, Shaun King released Lord Miles from Afghanistan too. But anyway, so he posted this. Her dear okay, so this is a week ago. Her dear family has asked that I help them find her and bring her to safety. I remember this post. Natalie and her family are supporters of mine. I mean, that's crazy, dog. That's like, does he think Hamas is watching his Instagram and going, oh shit, bro, we fucked up, bro. This guy, bro. This lady, bro, is Shaun King fan, bro. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck were you doing? It's like I told you to grab the other hostage, bro. Cause immek, sharmuta. Okay. Not the Shaun King fan, bro. Before you ask, no, I would not do this for any of you, okay? I would never hit up my contacts in Hamas and tell them, you have to get a HasanAbi head out. Also, given the fucking age group of the people, like, it's not, given the age group of the people that were kidnapped in this situation, it's not unlikely, you know what I mean? Sorry, guys, I can't do it. I don't have enough clout. Hamas are a bunch of fucking clout sharks. Okay. I believe we've confirmed that she was not killed in Israel, but we are just asking for proof of life right now. The family wants her to be alive, but if she's been killed, we'd like to know this too. If she's alive, I can confidentially help broker her return. Please send me proof of life or death. Please release her. I'm asking. Your friend and brother, Shaun. And it's like, what the fuck? I mean, he literally is talking to Hamas here, chat. Am I wrong? Am I misunderstanding the American language, the English language here? Like, doesn't this come across like he's directly addressing Hamas? Like, he's like, listen up, motherfuckers. Like, you better hit me up. You fucked up on this one, okay? Am I crazy? Dude, Fizz is literally dying right now. Please say you help your mods. Oh, no, he's dead. So he's like Hamas, listen up, don't make me spin the block, okay? Like this shot will come across your bow. Like, I'm coming for you. So then the family literally says, no, we don't know who the fuck this guy is. Okay, so they said that. They're like, no, I was fucking kidnapped by Al-Qassam. Do you know what that's like? No, I don't know who the fuck Shaun King is. What are you, crazy? That's basically what they fucking said. Hamas has just freed the teenager Natalie Ra'anan and her mother. I'm grateful, as I said last week. That's what King took some credit for the return of Judith and Natalie. So we read that already, but I'll read it again. He said, I'm also thankful for the Qatari government for helping negotiate this. Dozens of us work frantically behind the scenes to help make this possible. I spoke to Natalie's family this afternoon. They're anxiously awaiting more updates. King also posted about her 3 days after the Hamas attack and asked on his followers to bring her home. Shaun King claiming credit for Hamas freeing a hostage would be hilarious if it wasn't so pathetically grifty. Just kidding. It also really is hilarious, said Bernie Belvedere, a journalist at Unpopulist. Journalist Yashar Ali wrote, it's been a bizarre 48 hours with Shaun King acting as if he was Bill Richardson in this deal. Richardson is a successful international hostage negotiator. Yuna Leibzon, a U.S. correspondent for an Israeli news outlet, wrote on X that the family of the hostages said they had no idea who Shaun King is. Bro, she wrote Shaun, S-E-A-N. Like that's how you know these people are so far removed that, like, the Israeli journalist is like, who the fuck is Shaun King? S-E-A-N King. And they first found out about his existence after their release and reading the post. In her post, she added that King is strongly identified with the support for the Palestinians and constantly puts up clear anti-Israel posts. King spoke out against the online speculation, telling Newsweek, of course I spoke directly and repeatedly with this family. I have a job, career, and family. I would be throwing everything away to make such a thing up. He added that the family reached out to him and that he spoke to them over the phone, text, and direct message. I'm told that the Israeli government is now pressuring them to say they don't know me. The family is still in Israel and told me they feel they are in danger. Because you know what Israel's going to do? They're going to kill the hostages. The American hostages that the Al-Qassam just released. Why? Because they're Shaun King fans. Okay? Let me tell you something. If there's one guy that the Israeli government fears, it's fucking Shaun King. It's not even Hamas. It's not Abu Abaida. Okay? It's motherfucking Shaun King. So here's a statement from Ben Ra'anan, brother of Natalie, the young hostage that was freed by Hamas. Been a longtime supporter of mine and was the American spokesperson for the family and the first who reached out to me on October 9th. Then he fucking wrote this, like, he basically just, like, posted his post. So it turns out his brother was the one who reached out to him, which in and of itself is, like, perfectly valid, right? What's not valid, on the other hand, is, like, the formative role he claims he took in the hostage negotiations process. That's number one. And what's not valid is that, like, he's making it seem like he's the one who's, like, he's making it seem like he's the one who did all this. And that the Israeli government fears him or something. And it's crazy. When this first happened, I reached out to activist Shaun King as I knew he had many connections with the Palestinian government. While Shaun and I do have slight disagreements politically, we both agree that human life is the most sanctified value on this earth. Here's where Ben Ra'anan, the older brother of Natalie, first reached out to me to help rescuing his sister. We spoke and texted and messaged 100 times after this. I just messaged you about my missing sister in Israel. Who cares? Shaun offered to help him. I commend his courage and mission to find his sister. Okay, people are just responding. In a phone conversation I just had with the family of Natalie, they relayed to me because I was involved with their release that the Israelis pressured them to distance themselves from me. They also relayed they do not feel safe in Israel now as a result. Bro, what is happening? Just at this point, just don't post, man. Just don't post. Just for the time being, just don't post. Just put it on the back burner. Put it on a cooler. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing? Like, these two people have been released, and you've made. I can't, like, what is happening? I feel like he's like made the story about himself. Here's the first text from Ben Ronan, brother of Natalie Ronan, to me on the evening. Thank you. What follows will be more of my text messages to Ben. We texted and talked and messaged nonstop for the next 10 days. And behind the scenes, I spoke to every person I knew in Gaza to see if she could be freed. Like, I'm imagining fucking bullets. Like, artillery shells, Mark 84, JDAM fucking missiles, just lasering entire city blocks, okay? Hellfire that these people are under. And then it's like, with the limited amount of phone juice they have, it's like, oh, it's Shaun King. That's my favorite Instagram poster. Let me get right on that. Yeah, it's been taking the government. Okay, good. Keep pushing those channels. I sent them. Appreciate that. I know it. I'm sorry to message you again. Would you be willing to delete my comment now that we were talking so people don't have my Instagram handle? Starting to get hate messages and threats. Yes, brother. Nasty trolls. Thank you, friend. I know that. I just run a famous theater for people with disabilities. Don't want them catching any of the strays. Wait, what the fuck? Now he's like doxing him. Okay, now I feel bad even reading this, dude. What the fuck? I didn't realize it was like this. What are we doing? Okay, I gotta stop. What? He's like, bro, can you please delete that we talked? And he's like, oh yeah, I'll delete that we talked. Except I'll literally show all of these text messages later down the line when motherfuckers are making fun of me for acting like I was Steven Seagal. And I went in and like wielded my guns akimbo to fucking do a hostage rescue mission. That's crazy. He came in like, where mama at? To release the hostage. Vladimir Putin. Okay. On October 9th, I made my first public post. Thank you for the post. It is beautiful. My hope is to communicate to the people who are friends of mine and fans of mine in Palestine. Okay, he keeps saying like he's got fucking homies that are like mobbed up, right? I feel like he's implying that he's got dudes that are watching him that are like Hamas. Like he's like dudes that, again, not a lot of electricity, okay? Like they don't have fuel to put in fucking generators, and they're just like actively searching Shaun King's profile. Like, what is this? Delta Force Commander. Oh yeah, Delta Force Commander, Lieutenant King. You mind telling me what you're doing? Shaun King, sir, giving Hamas their bomb back. The family of the released mother and daughter clarified Judith and Natalie have no idea who Shaun King is. They heard about him in the post for the first time after they released. So he's like talking to the brother, okay? Receipts. At the advice of my attorneys, I kept every text, DM, screenshot, and according to state law, recorded all my phone conversations. Thank God. My fear was that I would be framed by the American government. I also knew the Israeli government were master liars. Receipts came in handy nonetheless. Full stop. I did not reach out to this family. They reached out to me and said they were supporters of me, my work, and protest against police violence. Like, every part of this is just like, it seems like he doesn't care about the family. Like, he just cares about his own brand, which is crazy, man. Like, what the fuck, man? What is happening? Like, he's like, guys, these are my fans. Like, I had zero intention on helping rescue any of the hostages because I knew the full weight of multiple governments were already doing so. My assistance would be way more needed with Palestinians in Gaza. Nonetheless, after consulting advisors, family, and attorneys, we thought helping, since I was asked, what's the ethical thing to do? He's like, I took some time off from my posts. This man tirelessly saving Gaza with his posts. And you guys are here fucking making fun of him, dude. How dare you? Like, can you imagine? People ask me this shit all the time. They're like, Hasan, how do you feel? Like, oh, it's really important that you're being a voice for the unheard. And I'm like, dude, I'm a poster, okay? Like, I make no mistake, okay? I try my very best to be a resource, an important resource for people. What the fuck? Why does it say something went wrong on my page? Anyway, but like ultimately, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Like I'm not an activist. I'm not a fucking thought leader. I'm nothing. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, okay? I am a Twitch streamer. Oh, the dono overlay got fucked. I don't know why. Okay. That's weird. Huh. That's odd. Wonder why it got busted. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, a lot of people will be like, Hasan claims to be the leader of the communist revolution. It's like, no, I don't. I don't claim that. I never have. Okay? I've never done that. I've never claimed that. Hasan claims to be the most important journalist of our time. No, I haven't. I have not. Time and time again, I've been just a guy, okay? Just a guy with a point of view, with a perspective. I know the responsibilities that I have, but like at the end of the day, I'm just a guy, okay? I'm just a guy. So, I'm just Piers Morgan's biggest critic. By size, I think. Like, just by sheer physicality, I'm Piers Morgan's biggest critic. That part is true. That he cooked on that, and he was right. And I cooked him back with it. With my takes, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. So, let's get back to this story at hand, though, now that I fixed it. Okay. He says, nonetheless, after consulting advisors, family, and attorneys, we thought helping, since I was asked, is an ethical thing to do. From October 9th until 1 hour ago, I've talked, texted, and DM'd this family nearly 100 times. Today, though, it's trending that I made it all up. I'm a respected husband, father, leader, grad student, and employee of multiple companies. I would never make up such a thing. Doing so would throw my whole life away. And even helping this family at all risked straining my relations in Gaza. I did it anyway, and I don't regret it. Wait, what? Dude, what is he saying? First of all, I feel like if he actually had like these deep ties in Gaza, like I feel like the American government would do something about it. You know what I mean? Like, what does he mean? Why is he acting like he fucking has I can't tell. I feel like he's acting like he's got homies in the cut posted up. Like, is he like, what's happening? And also, I don't know why, but it does low-key kind of feel, and am I crazy? It does kind of feel like he's saying, like, I really didn't even want to fucking do this, dog. Like, I didn't want to do this, but I still did it anyway. And I used up my Gaza contacts instead of saving the people of Gaza with the limited time that I have. And I'm, like, trying to comprehend what he means by this. Like, what the fuck? What does that even mean? Like, what is that? Like, what? And here's what the family had said, by the way. Here's the full translated statement from the family. Dude, posters are on top, okay? Make no mistake. In the midst of this ongoing back and forth, this battle, the brutality, the death, the destruction, posters are still finding a way to come out on top. And I think that's important. It's important for posters' rights. First and wait, what? Today we came across a bizarre post on Instagram page of Shaun King, who turns out to have millions of followers, who claims that our relative Natalie supports the anti-Israeli message he uploads to his page. First and foremost, we make it clear that he is lying. Our family does not and did not have anything to do with him, neither directly nor indirectly. Not to him, and not to anything he claims to represent. Natalie told us that this morning was the first time in her life that she came across Shaun King's name in his post after she finally got a phone call after 2 horrific weeks in captivity in Gaza and was looking for what was written about her while she was away. Shaun King is trying to catch a ride on the great exposure that her kidnapping received all around the world, and in the U.S. in particular, and the most ridiculous thing is that Natalie and her mother Judith are very active in Rabbi Hecht's Jewish community in Chicago and in the Chabad house, and if Shaun King knew them or their family, he would know that. We ask not to be quick on the keyboard and share things without checking them in depth. Mainly, not to believe people who speak up for others. The damage that the sharing of these lies does is so huge, and the effort of our family and all the families of the abductees should be focused on bringing them home and not to fighting the lies that are being spread like wildfire. Can you imagine getting out of like some fucking complicated tunnel structure that you were hidden inside of by like the Al-Qassam Brigade guys, okay? And you got like some IDF dudes that just like bring you from the fence on the other side of the Gaza Strip into Israel. You get to a military base, and one of the first big messages you have to reveal is that like some Instagram guy, like one of the first things you address, not like this is my mistreatment or like, oh, it's not as bad as you think, like whatever, I don't know. Because, you know, hostages and people that were under like people that were around the Hamas guys have given like conflicting testimony, because some of them weren't as big as brutal monsters as others that you saw on camera, okay? The ones that were being horribly brutal. Like, she hasn't even been able to be like, this was my experience, right? She immediately was like, this Shaun King guy, what the fuck's going on? I don't know this guy. Which is crazy. Can you imagine? Like, you were kidnapped. You were fucking kidnapped. You were fucking kidnapped by the Al-Qassam. And you were like literally under fire. Like Israeli shelling, Israeli bombs are fucking falling on top of like the homes and shit that you were probably underneath in a tunnel system. And the entire time you're like, I don't have enough food. There's no electricity. I don't know if I'm going to survive. And you come out and the first testimony you release is like, this Shaun King guy is posting about me and I have no fucking idea who he is. I can't even believe it. We're not done. We've just started. We have 2 more murdered in the family and 8 more family members still kidnapped. And there are over 200 families in our situation. Now we need the support of all the people of Israel and all the countries in the world to bring everyone home as soon as possible. Blows my fucking mind, dude. Hasan, are we unfollowing Shaun or what? You're out of your fucking mind if you think I'm going to unfollow the greatest poster of our generation. Okay? You think after all of this, I'm going to unfollow him? I'm going to follow him twice if I could. Are you nuts? I'm going to follow him extra hard. Look at the situation. Honestly, that makes this even more weird. Like, why would discrediting him even be on the list of things to do? I mean, he fucking posts, he posts nonstop about Gaza. And he does have a tremendous reach. So I'm sure, I mean, the Israeli government is extremely online. So they probably brought that up. Or they might have organically found it. And been like, who the fuck is this guy? No, we love Israel. Shut the fuck up.
I hate you.
Why is this like anti-Israel guy using our likeness and our name to be like, to get clout? Or the third option, it's true. That the Al-Qassam guys, especially like the Islamic Jihad guys, they don't fuck with Shaun. Okay, they're like, listen, brother, we love, we Islam is the only way. But the Al-Qassam guys, some of them are more moderate, and they're like, we fucking love Shaun King. Okay, like if she was kidnapped by the Islamic Jihad guys, like no way, they're not releasing her. Like they don't follow Shaun like that. They don't keep up with his posts. But the Al-Qassam guys, some of them are like, dude, fuck, this is like our shit. Like, this guy is our guy. Fuck, we really fucked up. And they saw it, and everything happened in the way that he described it. I'm going to go with the third option, because that's, like, in a weird way, that is the funniest thing that could have happened. So I commend Shaun King for not only reaching a concession with the Qatar government, and also posting nonstop. I commend him for posting. I think that's I commend him for creating like a really funny moment in a sea of awfulness in general. I came here to tell you Brit beat your ass at racing, Keck. I mean, it's true. She fucking whooped my ass. I think that Shaun King, if he was in the room when the Abraham Accords were being written, like he would have smacked the pencil out of Jared Kushner's hand, and would have most likely been able to create a one-state solution that everybody would have been happy with. And I think I wish he was there, but he wasn't, unfortunately. Yeah, Shaun King is what your haters think you are. Yeah, I wish I was half as impactful and could bring hostages home and stuff. All I do is serve top of the hour ad breaks. I'm the Shaun King at serving you the top of the hour ad break. Okay? That's what I do. There's a 2x dono match in progress right now. I don't know why the fuck the thing is broken. I'm gonna try to do the URL overlay one more time real quick to see if we can fucking fix it. No, still broken. I don't know what it is, but there's a 2x dono matching right now on the Palestinian Medical Assistance Fund. Fuck. Okay. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yes, Shaun King was a part of TYT, yes. Before we forget.
As you probably worked out from our last segment, since day one of this conflict, the BBC has been under intense focus. The doors of New Broadcasting House were sprayed red. Thousands of Palestinian supporters have marched past the office. Politicians and other media have accused us of not doing or saying enough or saying too much. And as Noah was just saying, on Tuesday, we repeatedly made it clear on this programme that we have...
Dude, this was crazy. This was crazy. I cannot believe that they made BBC apologize for assuming correctly that the Al Ahli hospital strike was Israel's responsibility. It blew my mind because, like, why did they want you on this? I don't know. The lady before was just, like, ripping into him, too.
Yet to verify who was behind the Al Ahli hospital blast, but we accept that one of our correspondents speculated too far, which we have retracted. Contrary to what some of our detractors think, we do try to get the story right, and when we don't, it should be public. But equally, we have to accept that there is an increasingly polarised debate around this conflict. How can mainstream media satisfy all of its critics, and indeed, should they? With us tonight is one of the most successful Twitch streamers, Hasan Piers. He's a left-wing political commentator, a self-prescribed propagandist who has tens of thousands of people right now watching his 10-hour-long broadcast on the situation in Gaza. In the past fortnight, I should say, he's raised from small donations over $1 million for the Palestinians. Hasan Piers, good evening.
Like, I want to point.
Thank you for having me.
Before we even get started, you notice that this is the room that I had to talk to them from. Like, we do not have conclusive evidence at this time to know whether the Al Ahli hospital was bombed by Israel or if it was a Hamas or Islamic Jihad or like a Palestinian force rocket misfiring, okay? We do not have enough information at this moment to conclusively state in one direction or the other. However, there is so much overwhelming circumstantial evidence that points in the direction of Israel that I do not think it's an unfair assessment to make. Now, I have, of course, said time and time again that what the key pieces of evidence are. But ultimately, we will not know until there is a third-party analysis that occurs, okay? I think that there has to be a third-party analysis. I will give you some of the sussy side of why I think, or what Hamas has done thus far, that I think is also suspicious. Because it's not just, like, for example, there isn't any fragmentation. Like, there isn't any fragments that they have been able to point to. This is big because in prior instances when Israel bombed an area and then they said, no, we didn't do it, it was Islamic Jihad, Hamas has come out and been like, no, it was Israel. Here's the fucking fragmentation. Like, here's a piece of the missile, right? Like, this has not happened. Now, it could be because of the munition that was used ultimately, and that's why I say there needs to be a third-party investigation, because in a third-party investigation, when you go on the ground, you do chemical tests, like you look at the soil, like these are all really, really important components to understanding exactly who was responsible for this. Now, having said that, what is important to also recognize is that regardless of who did this, okay? Regardless of who did this, and I do still maintain the position that it's completely understandable to assume Israel did this because they had bombed this hospital prior, okay? It does not change the reality that there have been a shit ton more murdered in the hands of authorized Israeli strikes. And this is something to understand. This back and forth happening on the nitty gritty, okay? On the nitty gritty of like who is responsible for this is simply playing the role of a distraction, and a very good one as a matter of fact, because a lot of the OSINT guys can't let it go. And we are also morbidly curious, I think, as humans here in the West, looking at the conflict. If you know who doesn't give a shit about who did this, okay? The people on the ground. Like the Palestinians, I don't think care about this one way or the other. Do you want to know why? Because since then, many other targets have been bombed, including a residential building right next to the Al-Quds hospital the night after, okay? And also a church. Not directly the church, by the way. Don't yell at me immediately like, oh, Hassan, I got you. It wasn't literally the church. A part of the church complex was bombed and leveled, as a matter of fact, with many casualties. Okay? That happened last night. Justin Amash was an American politician, a libertarian. He was in the Republican Party. His fucking immediate family members were murdered, as far as we know. So, like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy that is still going on. So, yes, for those people on the ground, they don't give a shit what happened. They think it was Israel. They've said it was Israel. And they've moved on because, guess what? Israel's bombed a shit ton more since then. So, that's my perspective on the matter. As much as I am morbidly curious and I want to know, I genuinely want to know. I genuinely want to know, and I think that it's important to understand and account for every single bomb, every single missile, every single rocket, whether it's misfired or whether it's deployed directly by Israel, every single one of those that hits a target and actually kills people or destroys structures should be accounted for. These are crimes, okay? These are war crimes, and they should be accounted for, regardless of the fog of war. But having said that, the idea that like, oh, if we prove that this was Islamic Jihad, as some people have decided, then all of a sudden what? 3,450 or 3,480, more than that now, people that have died, people that have been killed in Palestine and Gaza, are what? Are they going to come back to life? No. Who killed them? Was it always an Islamic Jihad rocket? It was always a misfire? Was it the Islamic Jihad misfiring another rocket into the fucking church the other night? Or was it a direct Israeli airstrike that actually blew up a part of this church? One other factor that I also find gross, egregious as a matter of fact, is something that I saw from one of those like journalists that are able to always sneak in to State Department meetings, and I don't know how the fuck they do that, but one of these journalists actually snuck into the State Department meeting and asked this question, right? Here, I'll show you. I think this is also very important because it's not just my perspective that we need a third-party investigation. It is the perspective of every serious forensic analyst, and it is the perspective of B'Tselem, the Israeli organization. It is the perspective of every intelligent person who understands how these things work. It is perfectly reasonable to demand this. I think we must demand it. We must demand it, and we must, at the end of the day, punish those responsible, whether it is Israel or whether it is Hamas or Islamic Jihad. 100,000%. This is not about like me being right or me being wrong. This is about truth. This is about justice. This is about honesty. Okay? Meanwhile, while we're having this fucking conversation, the IDF also have openly stated that they struck the Al-Ansar Mosque in Jenin, which is occupied West Bank. This is a refugee camp in the West Bank. This is not Gaza. And they've started doing air operations in the fucking West Bank. So that is the framework in which we are having this fucking consistent back and motherfucking forth, which is mind-boggling to me. And it's the worst, grossest fucking losers that won't stop about this, that go around and make secondary assertions. They take it for granted, and then they start saying like, oh, and every single person that has demanded a third-party investigation is actually bad and wrong. Here, this is something I want to show you. This, I think, is like ridiculous.
Mistrust over the Israeli.
Fuck, I can't hear anything. Holy shit, why is it so low?
They say, and actually of the U.S. position as well, because there are previous administrations that took us to war in Iraq on a lie that was defended on a very high level, including behind this podium. This is why people are cynical when you hear something. We might not know the truth, but would the United States support an international investigation? That's
I do not believe that is appropriate at this time. The Israeli government has released a great deal of evidence to support their contention that this was a misfire rocket attack from inside Gaza that unfortunately landed on this hospital and killed, it looks like, hundreds of civilians. The U.S. government is conducting its own assessment. And I would just say,
as you know, there's mistrust.
I wanted to see the rest of that. If anyone has the rest of that, I would love to hear it. But that, in my opinion, is fucking insane. Okay? That is an insane thing to say. Oh, well, Israel, open and shut. Israel said what they said. We conducted an investigation too. That's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. That is an insane thing to just be able to say like that. Like, you can only say that if you don't give a fuck about the people that died. And we know they don't. We know they don't because Israel turned around and said that they were going to shut off the food, electricity, and water from Gaza, and everyone has said, go off, kings. You have a right to defend yourself by doing war crimes. So I know why I think they don't want to do on-the-ground investigations. My speculation isn't necessarily that if they do on-the-ground investigations, that they will find out that Israel definitely did it. That much is that is likely. There is a likelihood that is the case. But it's also more than that. Once you let third-party investigators into the ground, I mean, the last time that happened, a lot of Israeli war crimes were openly written about in the United Nations. It was not great. It was so bad that the dude who was the guy who conducted the report then turned around and was like, actually, I was lying. It was a bad report. It was erroneous. There were 4 other people that wrote the report alongside him that said it fucking wasn't. But the guy whose name was associated with the report said, oh yeah, it was bad. I'm lying. But the report was not a lie. Every single aspect of that report was 100% true. I'm going to show you the forensic video. Oh my fucking God, you guys are so annoying. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to do that. Okay? I'm going to do that. So,
precisely because of that, in the region, as you know, there's mistrust of what the Israelis say, and actually the U.S. position as well, because there is previous.
Do not deal of evidence to support their contention that this was a misfire rocket attack from inside Gaza that unfortunately landed on this hospital and killed, it looks like, hundreds of civilians. The U.S. government is conducting its own assessment. And I would just say, from Hamas's side, we've seen a claim backed up by zero evidence. And it is unfortunate that a lot of people believe a claim from a...
Wait. No, that's bullshit. No, it's not. This is not Hamas's side that said this, man. I hate this. I hate this fucking take. No, people on the fucking ground. Like, these are not Hamas. These are doctors, you fucking animal. You dog. These are fucking literal doctors on the ground. These are victims. Their assessment is that, of course, it must have been another Israeli bombing campaign because they had bombed the hospital already. Get the fuck out of here. Just a hand wave of that and be like, it's Hamas. These guys are such fucking charlatans, dude. That shit pisses me off. No, it wasn't Hamas that said that this was most likely an Israeli airstrike. fucking ghouls.
Terrorist organization in absence of them having provided any evidence at all. When you are seeing the Israeli government provide evidence, and I know people treat that skeptically, and I understand the reasons why, but
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I get why people treat that skeptically, because they lie all the fucking time.
I
Okay,
would hope that people who are trying.
Thank you for sidestepping away and being like, well, our partners in this field, yeah, they're not the best. They're not the best at giving us accurate information. You can say, and there's truth to this, you can say the people on the ground that have reported that this was an Israeli strike do not know all of the details because they are victims. Okay? Because they're victims. They don't know. They might get it wrong, and there's truth to that. Okay? That is an honest assessment. To simply hand wave that away and say, oh, why would you trust a terrorist organization is disgusting. That's not the truth. It's not the terrorist organization that said this was an Israeli airstrike. It was people on the ground, victims, people that survived that said it. And yes, their testimony is fucking important. Anyway, now on top of that, there's three main points here. 3 main points in this process. 3 working theories. 1, Israel intercepted a rocket, or a rocket failed and fell onto the hospital. The rocket was a rocket belonging to Islamic Jihad. That's the first working theory. The second working theory is that this was I guess I just looped in 1 and 2. There's 2 theories that claim that this is actually Palestinian. This is a Palestinian misfire or a rocket that failed. Okay? One of which Israel intercepts the rocket and then it falls into the fucking hospital. The other is that it's just a rocket that misfires and then changes its trajectory and then hits the fucking hospital. The last one is my theory, which is that the information available to us at the time was consistent with what I think is an Israeli bombing campaign. And I think that there's still questions on that front, especially when it comes to the key audio markers that you see in Air Force bombings, which do not correspond to the crater on the ground. I will admit that. I'm readily admitting that. Okay? So the IDF has given inconsistent information thus far on the matter. They said they intercepted a phone conversation, but in that phone conversation that they quote-unquote intercepted, which was already like ripped apart by a lot of people on syntax and accents and you know other aspects of the phone conversation being possibly fake, and also on top of that having a 2-channel phone conversation that they patched together, which of course is how you normally would do that if you have phone interceptions. Each line is individually intercepted. So that's normal. That part is actually, I think, not dismissive of the overarching claim that the phone conversation is fake. I think the accent and syntax is more important. But in any case, there have been numerous forensic analysts that have brought up additional information since the crater. The analysis of the crater. Okay? Now, originally everybody was like, oh, dude, this is a rocket misfire because look at the crater, look at the crater, look at the crater. It is not consistent with the JDAM, which they are correct. But one thing that I did not see at least was, well, here, let's do this first. Channel 4 did two separate investigations, and Al Jazeera did another one as well.
Middle East visit, it started a raging global debate. The explosion at the hospital in Gaza City on Tuesday night and its bloody aftermath. Tonight, audio and photographic analysis sheds new light on what happened. First, the audio analysis. This comes from a consortium of prominent NGOs specializing in human rights investigations. Earshot investigators have analysed two aspects of the blast which killed so many at the Christian hospital. First, Doppler effect sound analysis of the missile tracking to the hospital that night.
It's the compression of sound waves as a moving object is accelerating towards you, and that object is emitting sound, and then as it's moving away, that frequency decreases.
The echoes in your hotel room are unbearable. Aw. I'm sorry. Do you get to hear some feedback from the TV? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm sitting here trying to fucking give you commentary, and it's not to your liking, that it's not me. It's not hitting you in the way that it normally does when I have my fucking SM7B with me. I'm sorry that I didn't bring it with me this time, okay? I hope it's going to be all right for you. Yeah, it's ironic that I'm shitting on audio perverts. Meanwhile, the guy on screen right now is a professional audio pervert. Like, his job is literally to be that guy. I bet if he was in my chat, he would be like, Hasan, I heard you, like, your mouth is extra wet today, and I can't stop hearing your mouth, your mouth every time you open it. Like, I can't stop hearing the wetness, and it's fucking killing me with my open back $7,000 studio headphones. It's really fucked up. Please stop.
It's that pitch decreases.
That analysis produced this mapping. The red line is where the Israelis said the missile was fired from by, they say, Islamic Jihad from within southwestern Gaza. But this new Doppler sound mapping analysis concludes that the missile came from a variety of possible firing points, the blue arrows, all east of the hospital, not west, as the IDF claimed. That map arose from this Doppler mapping of the audio of the missile flying to impact at the hospital. And that sound recorded by a geolocated eyewitness 150 meters southeast.
You said earlier the misfire rocket could have turned around before landing, meaning it could have impacted the opposite direction it was fired. Yes, that part is also true. But I think that would be reflected in the audio files that we have access to. Because this happened in like a matter of 15 seconds. You know what I mean?
East of the hospital. The second aspect examined is the tape released by the Israeli Defense Forces. The IDF says it is two Hamas operatives discussing how an Islamic Jihad missile fired from in Gaza malfunctioned, causing the hospital explosion. 2 nights ago, we reported that Arab-speaking experts raised questions about the tone and language of this tape. The forensic sound analysis states, quote, "This recording is made up of 2 separate channels and demonstrates that these 2 voices have been recorded independently. These 2 independent recordings have then been edited together."
So, for the record, not the Fed pose too hard, but that part is normal. Why is that normal? Because they could have very easily intercepted both of the people on either side of the phone. Now, having said that, however, one aspect of this that I find to be a little suspicious is that there is no feedback whatsoever. So when you normally have a phone conversation, the other side will hear like the last few seconds of like, there's always a little bit of echo, like the one that chatters were complaining about. So that part is normal. I think the fact that they have 2 separate tracks, like that is normal. What's not normal is that there's no feedback whatsoever. I'm not an audio pervert, but the reality is that I do know a little bit about audio pervertry from all the audio pedophiles that I yell at in my chat all the time. Okay? And yes, Like you are supposed to at least have like the way that noise gates work, because like there is a automatic noise gate on phones a little bit, like no matter what, no matter how shitty the phone is, but that noise gate doesn't capture everything. Okay? So either you would have feedback that is you can hear background noise and feedback no matter what. Okay? Or at the very least there will be feedback when the noise gate is opening up and capturing your voice. So none of these things are featured. But like I said, I do think that the two audio, like the fact that the intercepted phone call had 2 tracks, that's normal. I'm just telling you, that's normal. They could have just as easily intercepted both of those conversations, and that in that situation you are going to have 2 tracks. I have done packet capture troubleshooting digital phone systems before. This is normal. I'm saying 2 tracks are normal. I don't think that it's I think it's too clear. However, it's normal, but it's too clear that there's no feedback whatsoever. There's no background noise whatsoever. Like, I don't know. It's just that part seems silly. I also don't think that Islamic Jihad guys would be on the phone talking to one another when they know. I think they have a different, like, closed channel communications. Chat, I know it's not the 1950s anymore and they have filters. I know that. But no matter how good your fucking filter is, there's always going to be a little bit of residue that you can fucking capture. You can't have it be too perfect. Like, they don't have fucking RTX shit. Okay? Why are you arguing with me on this? I'm not saying that there's going to be like a tremendous amount of feedback. I'm saying that there will always be some feedback that you can capture in the file, and also at the beginning and the end before the noise gate kicks in. There's always like a brief moment, depending on what the attack is, depending on what the like the phone's like automatic what is it called? I don't know what the proper term is, but whatever the phone's noise gate is, however good it is, there's always going to be a brief fucking moment that you can find in the data. Anyway. I think it's called an automatic supersonic hypnotic funky fresh. Yeah, that's what it's called. Thank you, chatter. All right. Anyway, but on top of that, people already have like attacked the accent and the syntax and the way that they're speaking.
In a digital audio workstation, such as Pro Tools, Logic, Audition, have added effects, such as pan control, and recomposed. That being their analysis, what do they then conclude? Though this audio analysis cannot categorically state that the audible dialogue is fake, we can say that the level of manipulation required to edit these 2 voices together disqualifies it as a source of credible evidence. Earshot's opinion is that this recording does not meet the standard required for evidence and should not be used by the media without the clear caveat that it has been digitally manipulated. We turn now to the image analysis carried out by Forensic Architecture at London University. They've conducted 3D resolution of the impact strike crater and shrapnel splash marks in the hospital car park.
Dude, this is common when prepping audio and recording. Always, Channel 4 doing this is going to age like milk. Dude. I already told you. Having it be 2 different sources is normal. Having it be 2 tracks is normal. They're wrong on that. Why are you not listening to my fucking words? I'm gonna fucking die. I don't understand why I spend 15 minutes describing why it is normal to have 2-track recording on an intercepted phone call. if you don't listen to that part of the conversation and just move on and go, dude, this is gonna look bad in the future. Yeah, maybe to you because you didn't hear what I said. Anyway. Let's continue. They are not wrong. Yes, it's normal to record the intercept from both sides. You would only need one of the recordings to play back both voices. Editing both together isn't needed. Yes, that is true. Exactly. But I also don't think that the analysis is bad here, because they're not saying that this means that the phone conversation is 100% fake, but it has been digitally altered, and that should be a caveat for Western media when they cover it, which I think is fucking fair. It is fair. Yes. But that's not the only avenue of attack on that phone conversation anyway. But let's get to this part now. Impact, the crater.
Analysis carried out by Forensic Architecture at London University. They've conducted 3D resolution of the impact strike crater and shrapnel splash marks in the hospital car park. Those radial fragmentation marks open towards the southwest, with a shallow channel leading to the crater from the northeast. Their conclusion matches the audio analysis of the missile track. They say whatever hit the hospital car park that night was fired from the northeast and not from the southwest of Gaza, as the Israeli Defense Forces claim.
This also matches up with the audio analysis that they conducted on the balcony video. Now, when this first came out, some OSINT Andes immediately started vilifying this. And then they turned around and said, okay, well, maybe it's still a misfire, and that's why the rocket direction changed, and that's why the shrapnel and the direction of the shrapnel is the way it is. Okay? Why did they originally immediately vilify it and then move on and say, well, maybe it is still a misfire? Some OSINT Andes are running off of their original conclusions, and that's not good. I do that too, but I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not an OSINT Andy. Okay? I'm not. I do talk to a lot of OSINT Andes, however. I do. You know, I talk to a lot of reputable forensic analysts as well, not just the fucking OSINT guys. And I think that this is a interesting back and forth to have, but I do see a lot of dudes who are just like basically running with whatever their original assessment was and trying to patch in all the new information to go into. They're trying to patch in to the new information and try to make it correspond to their original assessment. So anyway, for example, let me explain something to you. This OSINT Andy guy that you just sent me, is a great example of this. I think this person is wrong. This person follows me, by the way. I think you might be here, Archie Irving, if you're the one who just sent me this. You did the same thing that Nate did, who I responded to yesterday or 2 days ago when I was fucking flying into Vegas. You made the assumption and you thought that Al Jazeera was also making that same assertion when they were not. Okay? Anyway, let's finish this Channel 4 video and then we'll do the the Al Jazeera one as well.
We also shared this with an independent weapons and explosives expert that corroborated our understanding of the likely direction as coming from the northeast.
They stress this is a preliminary investigation, and they, like many, call for a full inquiry, unlikely in the heat of raging war.
Only one side is calling for a full inquiry. Hamas has said nothing. IDF says we already have the evidence. America says no inquiry whatsoever. It's only third-party activist organizations and third-party investigators that are like, no, you have to get it on the ground. You have to do chemical testing on the ground. You have to look at the soil to figure out what has happened. I say there's one guy who can handle the task. His name, Shaun King. Send Shaun King to the Al Ahli hospital and let him figure it out. He's got people on the ground. He will be fine. He will be able to finally put this to rest. Shaun King can do a better job than the International Criminal Court. Shaun King can do a better job than the United Nations. Drop Shaun King into Gaza and let him sort it out. That's my take. That's my solution. Airdrop him in there. Let him sort it out.
Hamas and Islamic Jihad have so far offered little evidence to back their claims that Israel fired the missile at the hospital that night. Islamic Jihad claimed to have a missile fragment, but have not produced it. And the US agrees with Israel's version of events.
So, that's the other part. They haven't fucking released the fragment, which, by the way, they could just as easily release a fake one, too, for the record, and just be like, here, this is a piece of an Israeli missile. There's plenty of fucking fragments in Gaza right now that they could pick from to say this is from the hospital, which I think is odd that they haven't. So, you know, there's that side of it as well. So there was more. So that one is the forensic architecture analysis. This is the other Channel 4 one that we watched
at 10 to 7. They pick up what
2 days ago. I don't want to rewatch it, but the thing I wanted to show you guys was also the Al Jazeera one, right? Because the Al Jazeera one I wasn't able to cover because I was not the Al Jazeera analysis was not to tell you exactly what had happened, but the Al Jazeera analysis instead was specifically the Al Jazeera analysis on the ground was to specifically address Israel's claims, which I think they did a decent job of disproving. Now, but there are still questions on the Al Jazeera video as well. Where is the Al Jazeera video? Does anyone have that? Can you guys send it to me real quick? because I want to also cover that as well. And I hope this will be the last time that I cover this fucking story, because so many more bombings have happened since then, and I fear that I'm you know, playing the role of a patsy here, consistently going back and forth on this when we should be talking about all of the other atrocities that Israel is currently engaging in and committing in Gaza. I fear that this is by design, I will say. But because I'm stubborn and I'm also curious as to what happened and I want to know the truth of what happened, I can't stop fucking looking at this.
On the 17th of October 2023, hundreds of Palestinians were killed when the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza was bombed. Officials in Gaza blame the blast on an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli army denies responsibility and claims the attack was due to a failed rocket launch by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They say they used Al Jazeera footage to allegedly confirm these claims.
But you're asking me for proof? You don't need to get proof from me. All you need to do is switch over to Al Jazeera, who broadcasted it live, and you can actually see. I got a screen caption just for you to see. This is Al Jazeera from last night.
Our digital investigations team, SANAD, decided to investigate these claims and conducted an in-depth analysis of this Al Jazeera video, along with several other videos from multiple sources, and established a detailed second-by-second timeline of the events. By analysing Al Jazeera's live stream starting at 1845, the team was able to identify 4 Israeli airstrikes.
By the way, I do think it's quite funny that this came out a day after we here at the fucking Himbo Coalition, led by me, a dumbass, looked at this exact same footage and found out that, like, oh no, Israel had lied about doing bombing campaigns in the area, because Al Jazeera and that footage that everyone was pointing to, the 30-second footage, if you actually watch the whole live stream, realize Israel was literally doing a bombing campaign in that area at the time. Why is this not being talked about? Why is that not a part of the conversation? I'm losing my fucking mind on this. The footage that they're showing, that they analyzed, literally shows in the live stream, before the Al Jazeera journalists even know that the hospital has been bombed, they're pointing back and going, you can hear the F-16s in the air. There's a bombing campaign happening in the region of where the hospital is. And you clearly see it. And the Israeli Air Force lied immediately and said, we were not doing a bombing campaign in the area. That was a fucking lie.
On Gaza, targeting the area near the hospital, starting at 1854-28, then 1855-03, then 1857-42, and then 1858-04. That's military time for just before 7 p.m. local. The team cross-referenced this video with another, captured by a camera situated south of Tel Aviv, showing a wide view of the Gaza Strip. That video shows a series of rocket launches from Gaza. That video clearly shows how the Iron Dome intercepted these rockets. Going back to the Al Jazeera live feed at 1859-35, we can see a single rocket launched from Gaza. This is the rocket in question. This rocket can also be seen on the Israeli video. 15 seconds later, Al Jazeera's live feed shows that the same rocket was intercepted at exactly 18:59:50. This interception has the same afterglow seen in previous interceptions. A closer look at the video captured by the Al Jazeera live feed shows the rocket being completely destroyed and broken apart in the sky. According to all feeds and videos analysed, this rocket was intercepted and was the last one launched from Gaza before the...
I like the OSINT guys that heard this and just went along with, oh, so they're saying that Israel intercepted the rocket that fell on the hospital. I'm like, no, they're not saying that at all. They're not saying that at all. They're simply stating that Israel intercepted all of the rockets. Now, the one question here that I have is that after looking at so many of these fucking videos, like there's no what is it called? Like tracers. Like the Iron Dome has a very distinct feature, and most of these missiles do as well. For the record, that like you can kind of watch them. You can see where they're coming from. Now the thing is, that is claiming that the single rocket in question is the rocket from Gaza, not the interceptor, though, right? No, they're not saying that. This Al Jazeera video does not say at any fucking point. A lot of you literally saw what Os and Andes were saying on this and didn't actually watch the video or like comprehend it. This video never says that the rocket that was intercepted fell or anything. This video is simply there to disprove what the Israeli claim was originally. They're saying it couldn't be Hamas given that all the rockets were intercepted by the Iron Dome. They're saying every single rocket that was launched was intercepted by the Iron Dome. They, as a matter of fact, say this was destroyed entirely. That's why they show it.
And broken apart in the sky.
They say the exact opposite. They're not saying, oh yeah, they left some and you know, it fell back down or anything like that. They're just saying the Iron Dome intercepted all these rockets and
launched from Gaza before the bombing of the hospital. 5 seconds after that interception, an explosion in Gaza can be seen, followed 2 seconds later by a much larger explosion. This is the strike that hit Al-Ahli Arab Hospital.
As a result, Al Jazeera Digital Investigations team found no grounds to the Israeli army claim that the strike on the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza was caused by a failed rocket launch.
Anyways, I know you've seen it, so I'll stop bugging. That is claiming the single rocket in question is a rocket from Gaza, not the interceptor, though, right? Not fell, absolutely not. The Archie post just gives context to where the last interceptor comes from. I think it was destroyed entirely too. Yeah, no, this video does not make the claims that like a lot of Os and Andes immediately ran with, and that was weird that they said that. They ran with it, including this guy. Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital explosion. After more footage has emerged, it's clear that the missile that both Al Jazeera and Geo confirmed has said is a Palestinian rocket is likely an Israeli Iron Dome interceptor. Here's why. First, let's show the claims. Geo confirmed thread. Wait, what? So what's the new footage in this clip? By ECAT Facts, the new angle shows the missile seen in the Al Jazeera feed was initially analyzed by Geo confirmed, but is zoomed out during the entire trajectory, allowing us to learn more about the missile. Building on the geo-confirmed contributors' geolocations. Here's a geolocation from the same or at least some other building seen as the initial video. Oh, I'm so tired. Also highlighting the direction of the missile as soon as possible after launch. Why are we falling for stunlock bait? Yeah, I don't know. Now moving out a bit, let's follow the trajectory of the line. It also clearly aligns with the Iron Dome missile. So what can we say from this? Well, the missile seen in the video undoubtedly comes from the direction of Israel and from the direction of a known Iron Dome site near Nahal Oz. In the new video, we see a rocket coming from the right of the camera that is filming. This seems to be somewhat consistent with the IDF. Oh my God. I'm supposed to be... Wait, hold on. Oh my fucking god. Anyway, I don't think we're going to be able to do the podcast tonight. And I don't know what the fuck we're going to do. I don't know how we're going to shoot the podcast tomorrow. It's like being stabbed 1,000 times and arguing with your attacker whether the 999th stab was you accidentally falling dick first on a kitchen drawer or not. Yeah. Alright. Why is this bombing specifically such a big deal? Because a lot of nerds think that if they disprove this bombing was Israel, that like all of a sudden, magically everything is going to be okay. And then they can move on to the second thing and be like, remember when you said it was Israel when it wasn't Israel? And then everybody got mad. And then like they went and they fucking attacked embassies and stuff. Like, that was your fault. You did that. Like, no, dumbass. That's not the reason why people are fucking mad. People are mad because of the hundreds of other bombings that have occurred so far. That's simply the straw that broke the camel's back. Notice how they're still fucking protesting? Because more things have been blown up? Anyway. And depending on, like, what degree of piece of shit you're working with, some of them will say this calls into question all of the casualty numbers that Palestinian authorities give us. Or some say, well, this calls into question all of the other bombings or some of the other bombings that they claim Israel is doing. But ultimately, the best thing that can happen is constantly going back and forth on this conversation so you don't hear about the church that was bombed. You don't hear about the mosque that was bombed today. You don't hear about any of the other fucking bombing campaigns that Israel is still currently engaging in as they are looming, as they're literally focusing on putting together a fucking ground invasion of Gaza. That's it. So this is the last thing that we're going to look at.
I was privy to the conversation that you were having earlier, and I have a lot of thoughts on what was said, but also specifically on why the BBC is under fire for, in my opinion, engaging in objective news coverage for the first time in the conflict, in a situation where the fog of war presented facts coming from numerous different authorities. I believe that it is perfectly valid and understandable to assume, to make the reasonable assessment and reasonable assumption that the Al Ahli hospital was bombed from either an Israeli airstrike or new information coming from forensic architecture shows that it could have possibly been an artillery strike as well. This is just developing at this moment. And I think that covering it, considering that the Al Ahli hospital had previously been bombed by Israel 2 days prior, or 3 days prior, on Saturday, bombed by Israel, where the cancer ward was damaged, where 4 hospital staff were wounded, and that the hospital staff themselves had said that the Israeli authorities had routinely been in contact with them, telling them to evacuate. And this evacuation order, of course, has been given to numerous hospitals.
Okay. Well, listen, Hasan, I don't want to relitigate what happened on Tuesday night.
He didn't want to relitigate it because he's scared. Okay? He's scared at the top of the hour ad break because he's not subscribed for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. So he's scared. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, you don't have to be scared. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Just saying. This guy said he likes me, though, and wants me to come back on. So that was cool.
Suffice to say that BBC Verify have done
guess
a
I'm
deep.
defending BBC.
They've done a deep dive into what happened, and people can go and read what BBC Verify have uncovered. And I think it's a fair assumption of what we have, what is in the public domain. But obviously, neither side on this argument is going to be satisfied until there's an independent investigation, and it's not something we're likely to get. So none of us can really assess what happened or who was to blame. What I want to get to is why your Twitch account, why your broadcasts each evening are so popular. What is it that your audience gets from you that it perhaps doesn't get from me? Because you get more people watching you of an evening than I do.
I think that one of the reasons why my broadcast, I guess, is relatively popular.
This was like, this disarmed me a little bit. This disarmed me a little bit because it's like where the fuck did this come from? Like, why did he just say that? He glazed me up a little bit, and it shocked me.
Is because younger people are looking for alternative media outlets that offer a level of consistency and analysis from all sides of any given conflict, any given real-time situation. Cutting through the fog of war is obviously a very difficult thing to do, especially when the electricity and power and internet is shut off in the Gaza Strip. But we make do here, and I think that's part of the reason I have a lot of on-the-ground reporters that I trust. I have a lot of reporters that I trust in America and also in Israel, alongside on the Palestinian side that I take from when I'm engaging in this kind of coverage. And I think there's a more personal component to it as well. But last but not least, I guess the main difference here is that my perspective, which I'm very open about, is biased. I believe in the emancipation of Palestinians. I believe that they have a right to return. I believe that there should be a single, solitary, secular nation state where Palestinians and Israelis have equal rights. I believe in punishing the war criminals, not just on the Palestinian side as well, who have done ruthless and brutal attacks against civilian populations, but also on the Israeli side as well with the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. These are things that I believe, and I am.
So do you think you reflect? I mean, you say you're a self-prescribed propagandist. You say you have bias in a Palestinian direction. Is there a danger that people?
No, not bias in a Palestinian direction. I have bias
towards a particular view on the conflict.
In a particular view on the conflict, but against all people that are subjugated, all people that are under fire. There is no difference from my perspective between an Israeli child and a Palestinian child. And I believe that, unfortunately, due to the way that we have manufactured consent for decades over the war on terror, most people in the Western world, whether they recognize it or not, do not cover the victims of a larger state power, especially when they're Arab, especially when they're Muslim, like they're full human beings. They're just enemy combatants. They're usually seen as enemy combatants. And I think that the water gets muddied in this regard, and I think it plays into what the IDF likes to propagandize is the fact that they're the most moral army, and that we're having this conversation in the eve of more than 3,400 Palestinians being murdered by the IDF in an ongoing campaign. The defense minister has openly said we're fighting human animals. That's why we have to cut their food, their water, and their electricity. These are all war crimes. These are war crimes when Russia does it. These are war crimes when Israel does it. And yet, for some reason, we consistently muddy the waters and say there are enemy combatants, and then there are civilians, and they're just collateral damage.
Hasan, I'm pressed for time.
I feel bad. I fucking cut him so much. God damn, I couldn't see him. I had no idea he was trying to talk to me. I feel, oh man, holy moly. I mean, he's a nice guy, it seems. I like him a lot more than I like Piers. Oh man, I just came out with a vengeance, dude. It seems like I had I had a lot inside of me. I had a lot in me, and I was like, I'm ready. I'm fucking ready to explode. You got so many points across so clearly, like you released all the power you've been holding from not streaming? Yeah. It's just, it happens. He's strangely chill for a BBC journalist. He's from like a northern labor stronghold. That's why he's got a strong labor background, I think. As far as
Time, I've only got about 1:40 left. But one of the things that worries me, and it sort of relates to how I come under attack on this program, is just how quickly, after the events of the last 2 weeks, how polarizing the debate becomes, how everybody seems incapable of seeing the other's perspective or point of view when it comes to this issue. Why is that?
I think it's polarizing because people, like I said, do not see the humanity of those who are under colonial subjugation. These are ever since the Nakba, Palestinians have not been able to return back to their homes, 700,000 originally in 1948. And there has been a brutal occupation that the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International now correctly consider to be an apartheid state. This is, of course, I would say, 20 years after Nelson Mandela had considered Israel to be an apartheid state. And I feel like he knows a thing or two about apartheid states in general. It's not necessarily a polarizing subject. It's just that there are right-wing forces inside of Israel that are utilizing this the conflict as a means to continue getting more land grabs and continue the brutal occupation in the West Bank as well, which is completely unjustifiable and illegal by international law.
Yeah.
But it's not polarizing.
Hasan, I'll have to cut it there because we're about to go to a break, but it's been lovely to talk to you. Congratulations on the success of your programming. Good to get your perspective as well this evening. Let me just show you the picture at the State Department, which we're watching closely. For an update on those hostages, we'll bring you that shortly.
So,
stay with us.
Apparently, I got more time. I got like 7 minutes. They gave me more time on BBC World than they do prime ministers sometimes, okay? That's what I heard. Because I'm fucking Yappington, dude. I am Mr. Yapper, okay? I'm Yappadabadoo up in this bitch. 10 hours of fucking broadcast has really, just every day, doing 10 hours of broadcast every fucking day has really conditioned me into being this guy. Fucking Jake Yapper. Tell us about the lamp. What lamp? I think that was a good interview overall. Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. By the IDF and ISA conducted an aerial strike on Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorist compound in the Al Ansar Mosque in Jenin. Oh, their lamp is here. I put it over here so there's more light in front of me. That's where the lamp went. In Jenin, which is not in Gaza, it's in Jenin is in the West Bank. It's occupied West Bank. So I'm trying to see if there's any footage I can show you. But yeah, completely unacceptable. I haven't even talked about the church. Yeah. Okay, I can show this. But notice how they immediately went in and were like, "Oh, dude, It's yet another fucking terrorism. Yet another terrorism moment. Yet another certified terrorism moment. Yeah. We just have terrorists everywhere. You know what I mean? Terrorists everywhere. It was Hamas in the mosque, dude. Hamas is everywhere. In every fucking corner, dog. By the way, I will say this much. To me, there is nothing funnier. Before we move on, this is the last thing I'm going to say. There's nothing funnier than award-winning, one of the best fucking visual and forensic investigators out there that, alongside a team at the New York Times, uncovered the Kabul war crime that America engaged in, where they blew up an entire fucking family of a social worker in Kabul on the day that America left Afghanistan. Like, this man has done the fucking work. And then these guys are like, wow, you just keep promoting wrong things over and over again. And source, OSINT Technical. Aurora Intel goes, the IOF. Okay, I see. Wow, dude, I can't believe forensic architecture called the IOF, the Israeli occupying force, oh, they're biased. Because they said the IOF has a long history of providing false and misleading information after it has targeted and killed civilians. Bitch, how about you fucking analyze, okay, Aurora Intel, you fucking fake news spreading ass. How about you fucking analyze what they're saying in that fucking tweet instead of getting caught up on the aesthetics of IOF versus IDF. Like, it's nuts to be like, I can't believe how biased these guys are. Not revealing, like, thinking that it doesn't fucking immediately show your bias, personally. Because everything that they said, including calling the IDF IOF, which does show bias in this circumstance, but bias I agree with, is true. This part is true. Why don't you address this shit, you fucking dingus? Is this wrong? Shireen Abu Akleh? Is that one wrong? Was it not fucking the Israeli occupying force that sniped her? Idiot. It's crazy. These guys are like, they're fighting these battles on the boundaries of like, I'm right and I know everyone in the fucking media is gonna side with me. So I'm just gonna not even address anything. I'm just gonna go, yeah, no, fuck that. Like, this is a fairly comprehensive analysis on the trajectory, okay? I love that they hit it with a fucking context too. Multiple analyses show that the Gaza-launched rocket disintegrated in midair, so a parabolic path from a northeast direction cannot be assumed. The crater is consistent with a much smaller payload than the Israeli Air Force uses. That's not, this is a lie. They're saying this is an artillery. This is the analysis from forensic architecture saying, no, it's not a bomb like people previously thought, but instead artillery, which were trained on that hospital. The only question that remains in that circumstance is whether or not a 155 millimeter artillery is capable of creating a fuel blast like that. Did it actually hit a fucking tanker? Was there that much fuel in those cars that could have such an explosive fuel fire? That's the question you should be asking. Not necessarily whether or not this is not consistent with the fucking artillery. The crater is consistent with artillery fire, which it is. That's so dumb. The guys who say OAF have a bias. The OC and Andes working for defense contractors, however, are unbiased. No, the fucking funniest is when they like don't even work for a defense contractor yet. They're doing it for free for Twitter clout, which is sad. At least if you're like super autistic about missiles and bombs and shit, okay? Then, you know, just like looking for the truth is one thing, right? You just love doing that, and that's fine, okay? That's your hyperfixation. I love that for you, okay? it should have been trains, but instead it's fucking missiles, right? But like, having bomb autism is one thing, okay? And then doing this for free is an entirely different thing. It's like, what are you doing? Who are you defending? You don't even got the fucking Raytheon contract. Like, what's happening? "3D analysis shows patterns of radial fragmentation on the southwest side of the impact crater, as well as a shallow channel leading into a crater from the northeast. Such patterns indicate a likely projectile trajectory with northeast origins. In reviewing our analysis, investigator and explosive weapons expert Cobb Smith agrees the fragmentation patterns may indicate projectile came from the northeast, the direction of the Israeli control side of the Gaza perimeter, and not from the west as claimed by the Israeli occupying force. R. Cobb Smith's analysis of the crater size suggests a munition larger than e.g. a Spike or Hellfire missile, which we also said, which is what the Israeli drones are. So the crater is actually much larger than the drone, but it's also smaller than a JDAM, or smaller than a fucking Mark 84. It is more consistent with the impact marks from an artillery shell, but without additional material evidence, we cannot make a definitive assessment. This image taken by John Moore in Kharkiv Oblast shows the directionality of the fragmentation of an artillery shell compared to the crater at the Al-Ahli site. Drawing upon available footage, our partner Earshot NGO performed independent audio analysis. You guys saw the audio analysis, the Doppler effect. Israel has falsely claimed that the IDF does not hit hospitals. Here is, the actual Al-Ahli cancer ward that was destroyed. The World Health Organization has reported 59 attacks on healthcare in Gaza and across 137 across the occupied territory since the 7th of October. Which, by the way, when I say 22, people get mad at me and say, they told 22 hospitals to evacuate. Number one, when Israel tells a hospital to evacuate, they don't just fucking call them up by phone. They also send artillery shells into that hospital like they did in Al-Ahli. So that's number one. Number two, I'm making a conservative assessment on how many fucking hospitals are being bombed by artillery, okay? Not directly by a fucking Mark 84 missile that like levels a hospital, but instead, I'm making a more conservative assessment than the World Health Organization is. The World Health Organization considers every fucking threatening phone call to be a hospital incident, okay? They literally say every threatening phone call to a hospital for evacuation should be considered an attack on healthcare. Okay? Anytime a fucking hospital worker is wounded, that's an attack on healthcare. So the World Health Organization's assessment is even broader than mine. Okay? So everybody should suck my cock whenever they get fucking mad at me for saying what I said. Okay? So that's one. The IOS has a long history of providing false and misleading information after it has targeted and killed civilians, which is true. They did this in the bombing of the Al-Katiba building. There were 2 children that died when a warning strike hit a building in Gaza City. The IOF officials, the exchange was also silly. Lies, lies, and more lies. It was a Hamas missile that hit the parking lot of their own hospital. End of story. Yeah, everybody wants this to... It seems like it always feels like all these fucking people... These fucking people are always like projecting when they say in your heart you know it to be true. It's like, no, I don't actually. I can't show you this video because there's blood in it, by the way. Also, Italian Americans for Gaza, free Palestine for ethnic cleansing. Free Palestine, stop ethnic cleansing with my tax dollars. Finally, the Italian Americans are putting their weight where it fucking matters, okay? Forget about it. Yeah, people forget that, like, they do roof knocks. Wait, Ahli was a Hamas-owned hospital? What are you saying? What is a Hamas-owned hospital? Like the Gazan Health Ministry, which is the governing body of Gaza, is Hamas? Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about this? Because what we're looking at is this is not in Gaza. This is in fucking the West Bank. Jenin refugee camp. Also, I love the idea of like Hamas owning the fucking Baptist hospital, dude. They own everything. They own everything. What don't they own, you know? Bro, they posted a video on this saying they conducted a raid and killed Hamas. There isn't one dead body, blood, guns, bullets, etc. It seems staged. So what they did, as far as I understand it, was they blew up one guy to pieces. That's what they're, or at least that's what the on the ground, that's what they were saying here. Times of Gaza says, Israeli occupation forces bomb a mosque in Jenin camp in the northern West Bank. The attack led to the killing of a Palestinian who was torn into pieces while others were injured. But hey, there's Hamas in the fucking West Bank too now, boys. You know, where isn't there Hamas, dude? I mean, fuck, Hamas is in California too. They're everywhere, dude. Watch out. In a joint operation by the IDF and the Shin Bet, an IDF aircraft recently attacked the underground terrorist route in the Al-Ansari Mosque in the city of Jenin, which included a terrorist cell, the terrorist organization Hamas, and the Palestinian Authority, which are collaborating now, which was responsible for a series of the attacks carried out in recent months. Dude. Can I just say something? If the Palestinian Authority and Hamas are collaborating, as the Israeli government is suggesting in this fucking piece, then what the fuck is the Palestinian Authority doing? Why are they always giving up and sanctioning raids in the Jenin refugee camp? Like, there's nothing, when they say shit like this, they are trying to push every Palestinian into the hands of Hamas, okay? They are doing this deliberately. They are doing this actively. They are doing this in the grossest, most violent way possible. I'm telling you. The Palestinian Authority is a part of the Israeli security apparatus. I've talked about this quite a bit. As a matter of fact, that is part of the reason why they are very unpopular amongst Palestinians. I mean, they're not speaking to clueless Westerners here because they wrote this in Hebrew. If you know when the IDF is making propaganda for the Western world. This is internal propaganda. If something is in Hebrew, if someone is actually speaking in Hebrew, if an Israeli official is speaking in Hebrew, they are not doing propaganda for you. You're not supposed to see that. This is internal. Okay? Dude, if you ask me one more time if I'm going to go to any fucking protest, I'm going to assume that you're trying to fucking assassinate me or something. Okay? Yo, planning on going to any protest, my dude? Yo, my guy, planning on going to any live protest? Planning on going to any of the live protests? Yo, my dude, planning on going to any protest? What's up, dude? You want to fucking kill me? Is that what it is? What's going on? Why do you keep asking me? Yo, dude. Hey, friend. You want to bring some bricks to the protest? We can protest and do some direct action together. My dude. It's either like some fucking weirdo Fed, or it's some guy who's trying to be like, Hasan hasn't been to a single Palestinian protest, as a matter of fact, because he's fake and phony. I know that he sits on his ass and covers the news all fucking day and goes on BBC and whatnot. But the reality is that he's just fake. He is not the leader of Hamas like he claims he is. You know? Which one is it, dude? What's going on? Third option. It's Shaun King. Justified concern. Maybe he just wants to kiss me at the Palestinian protest, the Free Palestine protest. Oh. I would kiss you. Okay. Genuinely just wanted to see support, man. Yeah. You got it. Well, you know I famously am fake and phony and don't support Palestinians, so. My guy's trying to find you at the protest and give you some Iron Dome.
No, it makes me want to cry. Like, I don't know why I'm crying. It just makes me want to cry.
It's from my, that is from the meet and greet. You look different. Is that a clone? Yeah, I look just more kawaii. Did the Israeli military really throw out papers in the sky in the Gaza warning anyone that doesn't leave will be considered terrorists? I think they said that they're going to start ground operations soon. Recently, a restaurant in Kyiv was bombed, and it's already been condemned by Western leaders as terrorism. The last bakery in Gaza was just a ham-ass bakery, though. Yeah, ham-ass. Ham-ass bakery. Israeli military throwing warning papers over Gaza City declaring that any civilian in North Gaza Strip is liable for death. I think that they are going to... start the bombing campaign. Or not the bombing campaign, sorry, the ground invasion. Adding a clear genocidal statement, anyone who chooses to remain in North Gaza will be considered a partner of a terrorist organization. I don't know. I don't know if it says exactly that. I don't know. Fuck. I'm also trying to figure out what the fuck to do about this situation. Like, ugh. Situation on hand with me. I speak Arabic. It says exactly that. Please, all Palestinians, leave your shelter and go elsewhere. Using uncovered routes. We promise it'll be cool this time. I love 80. I love 88. No, stop. The aid trucks were only 20. Gaza needs 500 a day, and there was no water on it from what I've seen. No, I think there was water, but not enough. The thing that was missing was not water, but fuel. And they need fuel. It translates to anyone who assists in storage or allows the concealment of explosives in his home will be considered a partner in terrorism and will be punished. The Hebrew text at the top is slightly cut. Oh. Wait, where's the Hebrew text on this? Oh. I guess in the white. I think these aid trucks they let in are to literally taunt them physical and psychological torture. I think it's fucking ridiculous that it's so little. Abi, you said one last thing like 6 things ago. Go rest if you want to rest. You did great today. Okay, I know. I'm a 32-year-old man. Please. If I feel like I can't go any longer, I'll stop. Okay? I promise. There was more I wanted to talk about, but I do have to fucking do shit. So that chatter is right. I have to go deal with some shit because I can't fucking... Because I might not be on the podcast now. It's so annoying. I need to go back home. And I need to go back home tomorrow, the first thing in the morning. And they want to shoot the podcast at 1 in the middle of the fucking day. And I can't do that. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Fuck. Anyway, I'm just going to end it here for now, though. I can't believe we did 4 hours. I didn't even realize. It just fucking blew by. I don't want to start stream late again. It's like, if we were to do the podcast early in the morning, then that would make sense. But doing it midday is crazy. I've never skipped an episode. This would be my first episode that I have not been a part of. And I don't want to miss it. You know what I mean? You have co-host for a reason? It don't count. It's not the same. Anyway, alright everybody. That'll be all for today. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Either I shoot the podcast or I don't know what the fuck to do. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll stay. I don't know. Anyway, I'll figure it out and I'll let you guys know. I'll keep you posted.
The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.